allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. The next regular planning board meeting will be held September 4th, 2024 at 7:30 p.m. via Zoom. Roll call, please, Yamilet.
Mr. Alpert,
Here.
Mr. Cardoza,
Present.
Mr. Klein,
Here.
Mr. McCartney, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Wilks,
Here.
Council President Rutherford, Mr. Moreno,
Here.
Chairman Babo.
Here. Thank you. Would you swear in the township professionals, Ms. McGovern?
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Two housekeeping things. I incorrectly previously stated that this is an overlay zone. This is not. This is an actual zone in the township of West Orange. The second thing is, somebody had asked a question about the deer fencing, and it led people to comment that no matter what, the application was a foregone conclusion, and the board has concluded. We have not. The deer fence will only be put up if the application is approved. If the application is not approved, then there will be no deer fencing. Please make that clear in your minds, okay? And I would ask if anybody has questions, please contact our board attorney. Thank you. Application PB 24-01 West Essex Highlands Incorporated Block 179 Lot 32, Zone IH1 Warner Road. The applicant is proposing to develop a 496 unit inclusionary multifamily residential development on a vacant 120 acre property in the northwest corner of the township of West Orange. For the applicant, Mr. Plucker.
Hi, good evening, Chairman Dagoff and board members. Brian Plucker from the firm of Hutch Manowitz and Plucker here on behalf of the applicant, West Essex Highlands Inc. Just a couple of housekeeping items. Our court reporter requested that she be able to transcribe via Zoom tonight. It is much clearer on Zoom apparently than in the room. So I did talk to Ms. McGovern today and she said that would be acceptable. I would just like to confirm with Mr. Fagan that Ms. Quick, our reporter, is on the Zoom. Okay, thank you very much. That being said, I believe we last left off with our architect, Larry Appel. He had finished his initial testimony, took questions from the board and the board professionals. Mr. Appel is here again tonight, and I would like to call him for some additional testimony, after which the board, the professionals and the public can ask their questions.
Go right ahead. Mr.
Thank
Appel,
you. The applicant calls Mr. Appel.
You know you're still under oath.
Yes,
For the
thank you.
record. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Appel, just to set the scene, I believe it was Mr. Hazel, the board's planner, that had asked for some kind of demonstrative exhibit regarding the bulk variance that we're seeking regarding the exposure of the foundations. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, and did you prepare such an exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, I'll let you take it away.
Hello, everyone. The exhibit that was prepared today, that is dated 8/14/24. It includes 7 sheets. And the 7 sheets what should we be tagging this?
I think we're up to 8, 3.
A3? Okay.
What are we gonna call? Is it a PowerPoint?
I will call it a foundation exposure exhibit if that's clear.
Sure.
So I will,
And you'll send that to our boards, or you already did send it to the board secretary.
yes, it is.
So Gemma, in the records that we have, this will be marked as 8-3. I think that was our next number.
I'm sorry, is that A as in apple 3?
Yes, Apple 3.
Applicant, A for applicant, yes.
There's a hand in the back, Mrs. McGovern.
Oh. You can't,
Really loud tonight, louder than last week, so it's gonna be
speak up or turn it off.
Yeah. Lower it. Or lower this, because this is usually much louder than it was last week.
All right, we'll be louder until they can figure out if they can turn it down. Okay.
All right. Can everyone hear me all right? Okay, great.
Hang on a second. Let the record show Council President Rutherford join the board.
So on this exhibit, we have taken each of the elevations from the planning board set. And we have appended a blue line. And that blue line is across here. And that blue line represents the line of conformance with the ordinance. So there was a metric of 50% of exposure, and we had Mr. Anderson during his site testimony had explained that due to grading conditions and not having walls that and there was a lot of changes in topography that the exposure on some of the buildings varies and was triggering above that 50%. And so what we're showing in here is that this line, if this is conforming, then what is below the line between this line and grade is what the relief that is being requested is. And we explained the whys and the hows, but I think graphically this shows more of a picture. And as you can see, is as you scroll through all of these, elevations, there's not an awful lot that is below that blue line. That blue line, in certain cases, based on grade, is that it creates this area, for instance, is elevation C facing the clubhouse. I'm going to show a larger version of this because I think it will be helpful to explain how we're addressing this and how we're treating this elevation. So what we have in here is this is the area that blue line is representative of conforming. And in some cases, when you come to the ends, you can see that there's a broader piece. And this is exactly the point that we're making, is that as the topography changes, there was importance and reason to follow that. Now, some of these areas are exposed and some of the areas are not exposed. So for instance, I'm showing an area for building A2 elevation. If you can zoom back out, please. And then A2, these are all keyed in, and these are the end caps of the elevations in here so that you can see this is tag 4. So this is on the left side of the building. So the only people that will really see this are residents coming into the building and where the maintenance building is on the site, which is kind of over where the north arrow is on the map. So these areas have very little visibility. And now I'm going to switch to the last page of the exhibit that is going to show what we did is we blew up that area at the center where we had the worst of the exposure and put some color on this. One of the things that we were talking about when we on testimony last time was that where we had these areas that were dropped, because in this particular case, we're exposing a second level of a garage below the building. And why did we do this? Because it was grade was taking us there. It was we're putting these buildings on a site that has a bunch of topography, and when we balance off getting all the vehicular circulation to work and all the pedestrian circulation to work, we have to get all the grade to match up, or else we're going to end up with series of retaining walls all over the place, which I think would be worse. So we concentrated on the architecture in here, and in these lower exposed areas, we started creating, in the openings that are for natural ventilation, we started creating what we're calling these green walls. And that's what I refer to, where we're taking and growing vegetation up from planters through what would have been just a guardrail to help soften these areas. In addition to that, remember there are foundation plantings along the building as well as street trees. I'm not going to call them street trees, just because this is really an access aisle, but there are trees in here as well. We've drawn these trees semi-transparent as a blend, because in the winter they're going to have less foliage, in the summer they will have more. So this was sort of getting you to a place halfway between. And then what also another element brought up was about one of the board members had suggested adding tree islands in the parking areas. And I think this would only further, if we're smart on where we place these additional trees in the island, it's only going to provide still another layer of greenery and landscaping. So we have potentially the tree islands in the parking area, plus these additional trees at the building. Then layered beyond that is the foundation landscaping. And then beyond that, in some of these openings is what I'll call the green wall or green facade. And again, this was what we believe to be one of the worst areas for foundation exposure. I think that was everything directly related to this issue, and I think I believe addresses the questions raised by the board here.
Thank you, Mr. Appel.
Okay, Mr. Klein.
Can you go back half a step and just explain? So what's the regulation that you're asking for relief from? Can you
So
describe it a
the
little?
metric in the ordinance presents that you're allowed to have you have to balance that you can have a rate of 50% of the foundation is exposed and 50% would be buried. And in our case, due to topography, we have certain areas, and I'll go back over here, that's the balancing point there. So just between the blue line down to grade is what we're seeking relief on. Now, every facade looks a little bit different, but that is what we did as a tool in here. These were done in collaboration with the site engineer, and we did these exposure calculations for the foundation.
So leave that one up. The loan in the middle, are there doors on that side of I see a couple of doors in some places. If you were to bury that, bury it, 50% of it below grade, you couldn't have doors on that side of the
Well,
building.
it would have required, we worked closely with the site engineer, and we started looking is that, yes, it would have created issues with circulation. It would have created additional retaining walls. It would have also created additional disturbance and coverage to get all this to work. So we did look to try and get it as good as possible, but we felt that this solution was far better architecturally as well as on a site response than to do retaining walls and wells for doors and all these other elements like that.
So around the perimeter, the outside of all the buildings, that's going to be viewed by the woods. That's going to be
Well, some
shown out to the wood.
you're absolutely correct, is that I'm going to, like, up here, there's you have a
Right.
key plan. So there's certain areas that the backside of this building, nobody sees.
Right.
This edge of the building in here, I don't believe anyone will readily see. The area of building A in here that is exposed, the public would not see that. It's residents or visitors coming to this back parking lot that would see that. Building C, you wouldn't see any really issues except from the clubhouse looking back at this building.
And
So-
from that building right below it, when they look, right?
No, it actually kind of, the grade picks back up because
Oh.
this road is climbing back up. So there's a low point over here,
Okay.
and then it slopes back up. So if we looked at that building C, which is right here, as you can see, that depression then lifts back up and picks up from grade. So it's dropped over here. I'm sorry, I apologize, dropped over here
Right,
and then picks back up.
okay.
So this is the only area, these areas over here, I think are really quite de minimis.
I don't want to put
And
you,
this is where we did that elevation in
Right.
this area because we felt we tried to pick the area that was most critical in the worst area to show you how we were handling it.
right, and that's the one up in the upper in the middle, that's where there's a garage door. So instead of
Correct.
having ramps inside the garage, you can come out that level and the upper level comes out the other side.
That's
Right,
correct.
okay. Mr. Hazel, I hate to put you on the spot, but do you know what the intent of covering 50% of, and you're calling it the foundation, but it's really the first floor.
Yeah,
I'll
in
let you-
terms of the intent, I was thinking the same thing, as a matter of fact. It's not as striking looking at it at this scale, but when you do get up with the close-ups and the elevation you had, it is a little more striking. One question I had that you may have gone over at the last meeting, the green walls, as you were referring to them, are those going to be artificial synthetic or are they actual growing?
We would advocate that would be true, natural plantings, not artificial.
And this would be something that would be green year round?
We'd be looking, yes, for something that would be green.
Yeah, but getting back to the question you asked, I'm not sure exactly why I think that, and it does look a little more striking as you are closer to it, because you're not actually looking at the building yet. You're sort of looking at that basement, if you want, level.
Yeah.
That's, and this perspective is it's pretty noticeable.
And we also looked at architecturally, we cut back this portion of the roof. We did a cutback over here so that we try to soften the height of the building at this area as well. So we look to incorporate as, and again, this is a facade that does not face toward any of the neighbors. This faces toward the clubhouse, but notwithstanding, we were trying to remember this project was not designed with a front elevation and a rear elevation like some homes. We were trying to design basically 4 elevations that all had the same level of architectural treatment and materials, et cetera.
And I would expect that based on the way in which the height of the building is measured, that you take it from the average grade. This, if I was standing up at the base, the lowest point on this elevation, the lowest point of where the yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
So
Wait, actually, yeah, go to-
So the way height is measured for the ordinance is we have a height metric from the first floor upward in here.
Right.
So
So that technically, if I was standing up on using this elevation that you have here, and I was looking up, my experience looking from the grade level to the top of the building would be quite different if I were in that area where it goes down below.
Yes.
the blue line.
absolutely,
Interesting.
you're correct.
Wait, but you said you've shortened the building.
Mhm.
Well,
From, if you're standing at that
we-
close to
we-
the building, you won't see.
we wedding caked
Right.
this portion of the building. Let me make sure we're looking at the right. Over here, we wedding caked this portion of the building. So this building comes up and then cuts back over here. So as you're looking down, as you're close to the building, you're going to be looking at this as a cornice line as opposed to this top portion, because as you get back farther and farther, then this will start coming into view.
And to the left, you're looking at the full height of the building.
That's correct. And to the right, but over here, grade starts ticking back upwards.
Council President Rutherford.
Thank you, Chairman. But I'm not sure that I understood the answer to the question. So either Mr. Harris or Mr. Hazel, what is the purpose for having the code this way in the first place? Is it a safety issue? Is it a stability issue? Why? What is this
this, foundation exposure percentage, why is that the recommendation in the first place? And I have a couple follow-ups.
My,
Sorry, I just saw this. Thank you. Yes, sir.
my sense of it is that, the area that is being affected by this is essentially the parking floor, the parking garage. And the intent, in my opinion, of that would be so that there was a very limited amount of that part of the building you see, which is why I asked the question about the height. If I were standing up at the bottom of that lowest point, I would see one level of parking, another level of parking, then the entire building, which is a much different experience rather than if you were standing at grade level, maybe at one level of garage and then the building. So I think it's trying to avoid that sense of being larger than it really is type of thing. That's my sense of the intent of it.
Got it. So now following up on that, do we know what the height is from the lowest point where you're seeking this variance to where the grade would be? So in this particular, at the top drawing that you have, that's building C elevation south. From the lowest point in that dip to where grade should be, according to code, do we know what that height is?
Bear with me one moment because I want to, rather than, it'll be easier for me to look at it on my computer. If I can zoom in.
So that, say again, that blue line represents,
Mr.
I'm sorry,
Klein,
that blue line represents 50% of the first floor? It's 100% of the first floor. Right? It looks like it's,
let him calculate.
Yeah, yeah,
and answer your question.
I believe that will be, I believe from that low point in here to the rooftop will be 67 feet.
Just from the blue line you were asking, right?
from the lowest point to the
So,
blue.
so I'm going to basically not from the blue, but from the bottom where grade is all the way up to the top of the roof. Is that what you're asking?
No, just,
So that wasn't what I was asking, but that is a follow-up question because that gets to the actual height of the building as experienced from people walking at that level. But what I wanted to know, and this is a different way of asking the same question Mr. Klein asked. I wanted to know what the height is from where the grade is on this drawing to where it should be, which I think is the blue line.
Correct. That is going to be closer to 67 minus 12, so 55.
so 12.
So, but 12 feet
12.
is the number I was looking for.
And by the way, your height is 75 feet permitted. So all these heights are below, we're talking about heights, but all of these are below the height, and the height is permitted to be measured from the first residential floor upward. So even if we take and we took that height measurement down to this lower point, we're still within the ordinance.
So from the bottom, the lowest point to the top is 67 feet. And you're allowed to go 75.
That's correct.
Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna let the record show that Mayor McCartney joined the board. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Plum.
So, yeah, so can I? back
That's
to
fine,
your
Mr.
question?
Plum.
So,
Mr.
so
Klein.
to me, I thought I would see something that goes halfway through the
Well-
first floor. 'cause you
well,
said
so-
50%.
So what you're not seeing is that, so this whole portion of the of the building is completely buried to the first floor.
All right.
So basically, if you're going around the whole perimeter, if one side is fully buried, the other side can almost be fully exposed to get that 50%.
Right.
And that's sort of the balancing act that we were doing in here. So the issue is one side's raised high, but we can't go higher or we'll cover the resident windows,
Right.
so in the unit windows. So like if we can't raise grade anymore at, you know, at this side, it's going to impact windows.
Right.
Council President.
And that's it from me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Pell, in your opinion, what is the ordinance for? Is it counting stories?
Well, I believe the ordinance, I don't have this in front of me right now, but my understanding is height is measured from the first floor, basically the residential first floor, not the parking side of the building. So and so we've included those measurements for the building. We're considerably below, and then we're conforming with all other heights, even if we took worst case scenarios down to these other grade lines and things like that. But there was a metric, and I think the metric was in there to not count this, basically the podium or the garage level for height. They were providing some rules so that the entire building wouldn't be out of grade. But even if we were including the full height of the building to the low point, we're conforming. So it's a metric that sort of was there to protect you from doing a 75-foot building and then having the exposed. We have a shorter building, so that exposure sort of is kind of you know, it's not consequential.
And just for the record, the section of the zoning ordinance that Mr. Appel is referring to is 25-19E8A.
So one more. So between Mr. Hazel and Mr.
That's
Hess,
the client.
which one of you calculated the percentage that they are below grade or buried or whatever, or non-exposed or exposed?
This is the first real understanding I have
Okay.
of it, because my reading of it originally was that it was the 50% of that height.
Of the first floor?
Of that.
Oh, they call it foundation. but
Base.
Okay, all right.
But it looks as though now it's the area of the building itself, looking at the building as a whole, not just the height.
So you can average it.
You can.
Yeah, okay. And that's what you're saying.
Which is exactly the calculations that we had done. We went around the building, we calculated it. We realized that we were over this 50% metric, but we were acceptable height wise. And then we went back looking, okay, how do we fix it? And the fixes were not good, because they involved retaining walls and awkward grading concerns and additional disturbance. And we felt that this was a far better way to address that metric.
What percentage over is it?
Well, I think Mr. Anderson had testified on the numbers in here. Building D is 54.8, so you're just minor amount over. Building C is 69.1. Building B is 76.4, and building A is 76.5. Now, also just to note is that some of these where the grade drops down is not open and visible. Some areas are. I chose to pick out and highlight what I considered the worst case, and that's why we did the color, the partial color rendering at that position.
Mr. Guarino, do you have any questions?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Alper, it's without, got stuck. Starbucks.
I think back on night one, I think I'd asked Mr. Anderson about the 50% foundation. My concern at the time was really if there were a technical reason from a safety perspective, if it was about weathering or ice or something the building being exposed versus aesthetics. And I think the gist of your answer was aesthetics.
I'm sorry, yes, yes. And again, I think unless you've really experienced looking at a building and looking at the first two floors of a building as parking, and then it's a different experience. It is.
Right. But Mr. Anderson, if you could just nod, if I have it right, it was between safety and aesthetics, it was an aesthetic concern. Okay. Let the record show he nodded rather than having to call him back just for that. Just a side note. My only other question on tonight's on the living green wall, would the applicant be amenable to a condition that be maintained in perpetuity, that it always be green, that it wouldn't end up being dead in the winter, that sort of thing?
That would be acceptable to the
Okay.
applicant.
That's all I've got for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilks,
No, just no questions.
Mr. Cardoza.
None at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go back. Mayor McCartney. Thank you. Mr. Hess,
I have no questions.
Mr. Hazel. Do any members of the public have any questions? Sir, you're up first. State your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Howard Druce, and I live on Barbara Avenue, which is downstream from Howell Drive.
Could I trouble you to spell your last name for the record, please?
RUCE,
Thank you.
15 Barbara Avenue. I have two questions for the architect. The first questions they all relate to Building D, because that is what faces Howell Drive. The rendering that you showed on the first time showed the front facing. I would like to ask you about the rear aspect of Building D, which is what the residents of Howell Drive are going to be looking at, the 75-foot building in front of them. Could you tell us, please, if there are going to be the same facings as there are to the front of the building, if there are going to be any utility areas at the rear, such as for HVAC or for trash or other installations that usually you see at the rear of a building, but you don't see on a front facing.
There are a bunch of questions in there. I'll try and I will hopefully hit all of those. If I can go back to my exhibit. So this drawing, I'm going to go to. I'm going to switch to these are the D elevation. So I'm looking over here. So we have 4 is one of the elevations that is facing toward Hal, and the other is the rear. So let's look to, we're going to be looking, let's first look at the north facing building D2 elevation. So this is what you're looking at in here. So you were mentioning that the 75 feet in height, 75 feet is the ordinance limit. That's not the height of the building. So the height of the building, each face and exposure. So this building per the ordinance is 47 feet 6 inches, but if you measured it to grade, it's going to be another 12 feet or so to that approximate grade line. So you're considerably lower than that 75. Now so what you're looking at on the building is this building, not only does it present well, just like all the architectural treatment around the front of the building, but the building is wedding caked. So if you look at the side elevation in here, the building goes up. You have 2 floors, and then it cuts back a floor, and then it cuts back more. The building's wedding caked as it faces in that direction. And that was done to soften all these edges architecturally, why we think it looks good. It also created some outdoor space for residents, but it was mostly to what we call as demask the edges of the building. Now, the other piece to look at in here would be along the east side over here, and this is what you will see. So the building presents itself in two separate pieces, separated by the entry. So there's actually a D1 and a D2, and buildings. So it breaks up into two pieces. But if you can pull back, please. Great. And what you will end up seeing is this portion of the building, and as you can see, there are some cutbacks that provide some relief. This face of the building has a very similar feel, albeit it doesn't have the front entry, but it has a very similar feel. Now, also, this portion of the building, grade is up quite high over here. Oop. Right there. This portion of the building is at that corner closest to Hal grade is up quite high over here as well.
Yes, utilities where they would be.
My second question, okay. Again, I understand the other things that you didn't answer, but that can be on the record. You talked about deer fencing, but I did not hear anything about perimeter fencing. Could you share with us if there will be perimeter fencing around the property and especially facing Howell Drive?
I think that's a site question, not an architectural question. I don't believe that there is perimeter fencing that I recall on there, but it's really a site question.
Thank you.
Hang on, Mayor McCartney.
So, Mr. Appel, thank you, Chairman. Part of that question was asking about utilities as well, and are those all on the rooftop, so nothing is visible on the rear of the building?
So
Part of Mr. Druce's question.
right, there are no magic pack or those type of HVAC units that would be through wall or seen on the facade. They're internal furnaces, very similar to what people have in their homes. It's called a split system. The condensing units that I discussed during my testimony, where those are the areas on the roof where those condensing units would be situated. There may be one or two small condensing units on the ground, but very limited.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead. State your name and spell your last name, please, for the record.
Okay, my name is Victor Misarti, Misarti. And I have a few questions about the heights. And specifically, you just mentioned the air conditioning condensers that are up on the roof. You show them on the roof plan, and I was just wondering, you don't show them at all on the elevations. Does that affect the height restrictions that?
That's a great question. The reason why you don't see them on the elevation is because they're all concealed.
Oh,
You don't see them behind parapet walls or screening, so none of them are visible.
I see, good. Okay, and you pointed out they were rooftop patios, and some of those have like decorative roofs or something on it. Are those shown? I think so, right?
Excuse me, are they what?
Are they shown on the elevations?
You can see those on the elevation, yes.
I think so. Okay, good. The other thing I'm kind of surprised, like you say, if there's a 4-story building, but then you've got 50% more height, you've got 2 more stories of parking, and that does not affect the height. Like it fits within the height. Yes.
Well, yes, they're all conforming with the height. That's the first question. But more importantly is that the all of the buildings have one story of parking below. It's called the podium. The parking is tucked under. There are a lot of benefits for this. It hides a lot of the parking that otherwise would have been creating a lot more disturbance on the property. In a couple of locations, due to a lot of constraints, we have tucked in on building C, a very small area to provide some overflow parking as well as storage for the clubhouse. And so only a small portion of building C has 2 levels of parking. Building A does not, building B does not. Building C has a small area, and building D, less than half of the building has an additional story of parking. And that was there was limited area at the top of the hill and that flat area. And so we as grade dropped down, it just seemed to be a very natural place to tuck some additional parking there rather than creating more disturbance.
Okay, thank you. And I just have one question about the parking, under the building parking. When you showed the plan, that parking plan, it looked like there are a lot of columns, like you've got 2 or 3 parking spaces and the columns are right there. And then especially you're showing a lot where the tandem parking. I mean, is that a risk that people are going to be like smashing into those columns with their car?
We've done a lot of these buildings. These are standard stalls, not compact stalls. So we have a lot of jobs that have smaller drive aisles and compact stalls. This is actually very well proportioned, both for vehicular movement and moving cars. And these dimensions we've used on several thousand other apartments, and they do work quite well.
Okay, you're not gonna smash into them. And then you mentioned the last meeting that they were pitched roofs on the buildings. It seems like they were all flat roofs.
If I mentioned something pitched, it would have been in connection either with the maintenance building or the clubhouse. The remaining all of the residential buildings are flat roof. And the reason why we made them flat roof is because to get the high efficiency that was required by the green provisions in the ordinance, we needed to use split systems with the condensers up on the roof.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come up, state your name and spell your last name, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Claire Benyo, Benyo. All right, I have several questions, so just bear with me. So first I wanted to ask, in follow-up to the sales pitch that we heard last week about all the features and amenities that would be available to the residents. There was specific features that were highlighted, such as the buildings would be carved in and they would be nestled into the side of the slope. So I think there was a little bit of a conflicting viewpoint from the side view to the overhead view of how much this building is being carved into the slope. We were assured by the engineering team that it was set far back from the slope, but it was highlighted very much that it was nestled in, was actually the exact words that were used, that it was nestled in. It was a feature of those first floor apartments.
I'm not sure the context of what you're asking in here.
Last time we were here, you showed some drawings of the building that was nestled into the side of the slope.
Well, all of the buildings have a high side and a low side. So the high side, the buildings are in fact all pushed into the grade and the slope. So, but that's why I'm not.
So it's pushed into the grade of the slope, but it's not on the slope. We were assured it was very far from the slope.
Oh, I think
Or is it
you're
built into the
talking a
slope?
different question.
I just wanted to
Mr. Plucker.
clarify. I believe there was discussion and testimony regarding the distance of building D from what we'll call the ridge line, or it's not really the ridge line, but it was the line that was used in the concept plan on the settlement agreement. And Mr. Appel testified about how the ordinance and the settlement agreement required building all construction or development to be west of that ridge line. And Mr. Appel testified that the actual, land east of that line actually still remains a bit flat, but I don't want to take his words from him. But I think there might be a confusion about all the buildings and how they're built into whatever slopes are on the property with the actual ridge line that's on the concept plan and on our plans.
Mr. Pell, do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. Building D, if that is your question, was placed on the flat, area that was prescribed in the ordinance. There were ridge line, measurements, and we designed the building to fit within those, lines that were created by the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And what geotechnical assessments have been done for those buildings on that slope?
Well, you've got to remember is that this is a planning board application. So the hard engineering for construction drawings hasn't been done yet.
If I might, I'm running out of time, so if I might just interrupt you, when will the geotechnical assessments be?
There was already geotechnical reports as a starting point, indicating height and levels of rock and suitability for design of foundations. That is done not by me, but by a structural engineer who will review all that and design the foundation so that they will properly interface with the subsurface conditions.
And where is that information available to the public?
It's not.
It's not part of this application.
Will there be any publicly available information for a geotechnical assessment on the stability of the slope with the additional weight of the building and construction and blasting and water irrigation systems and new pipes and gates?
My client will have to apply for building permits with the Township of West Orange. There are many regulations and state regulations that govern those items, and my client will have to comply with them. And once those permit applications are filed, presumably they will be available from the Township of West Orange.
And what would be an example of a reason that you might not be able to build on a site based on those assessments?
I'm not aware. The question is not if, the question is how. So normally these things they design the foundations based on the subsurface conditions.
Thank you. And I have a question for the board. Will the Township of West Orange be hiring a geotechnical engineer to assess the stability of the slope and the impact that this will have to the land and surrounding land around it?
Don't know yet. We'll get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I continue? I have just another section about the fencing.
Go ahead. One more and then.
So these questions are now specifically about the fencing. Are you responsible for designing the deer fencing and selecting the materials?
I am not personally.
Who is responsible for selecting the materials and installing the deer fencing?
I would assume it would be under the responsibilities of the site engineer.
And when would we be able to speak to the site engineer during this hearing process?
Well, Mr. Anderson testified. If you have further questions, there's a very good chance he'll be recalled at some point in these hearings. It's likely not going to be tonight. But with regard to deer fencing, my client would obviously work with it. Should there be an approval, would work with the township professionals in using appropriate material and structure and color and things of that nature.
Is the sole purpose of the deer fencing solely to regrow the forest? There's no other reason that the fence is in the settlement?
That's outside my expertise.
Okay, can you let some others and we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Come back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. State your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Can you hear me? Jessica Pearson, Verona. Good evening and
Spell
thank
your last name for the record, please.
Pearson.
Thank you.
You're very welcome and thank the board for putting in so many hours on this. So, Mr. Appel, you have asked you mentioned in passing, but I would like to know if there's ever been a formal enumeration of variances being sought, at least from your end, and if so, could you please enumerate them? Variances, one being the height of what we were just talking about, the height of the
The
base of the
only
building. Or the elevation showing.
The only relief from the ordinance is the exposure of the foundation. The height is fully conforming. Actually, the height is
I
fully.
was talking about the elevation from ground level. Right, showing, so that's one, but I have heard in passing others being asked for, this is going to be a waiver, we have a variance, we're going to be asking for a variance for access through this roadway. Could you enumerate the variances that are being sought?
Mr. Plucker.
I could state for the board that
Thank
the,
you.
that the only variance under the municipal land use law being sought is the one for the exposure, percentage of exposure of the foundations. That was just discussed and testified to
Okay.
by Mr. Appel. There are two de minimis RSIS exceptions
Ah.
that would be outside of Mr. Appel's expertise.
Okay, but I'm asking for the whole kit and caboodle, so are those the only ones, three?
Well,
Outside of his jurisdiction, but still de minimis
doesn't-
Ms.
nonetheless?
McGovern.
if it's not within his purview, he doesn't have that information. He's not an expert in that
Well, the
field. I
attorney's
think that's in the
answering-
traffic side of things. Is that where the
Yeah,
RSI?
I believe Mr. Anderson already touched on them, and our traffic engineer, Mr. Penke, will testify to those when he testifies.
So
Okay.
it's different. An RSIS is different than a
I
variance.
understand what
Okay.
RSIS is.
All right.
Thank you, though. I appreciate that. The green wall shielding over the garage, over the grills. Will any of that green material act to block the necessary ventilation that's needed in some of those underground garages? Just curious.
That would be designed to balance that off. Some of the garages will require mechanical ventilation. We're hoping the
I hope-
majority of them will remain naturally ventilated because we think that's a better response.
Okay. So who's going to testify about that? You're just saying that it'll be mechanically done and that's that?
Well, it's either going to be naturally ventilated or mechanically ventilated. There's nothing more I can offer on that.
Thank you. At 1 hour and 32 into the meeting on July 31st, you stated that Mr. Anderson had shared the geotechnical reports with you, after which you stated the best way to support a building is on bedrock. Adding that we have an opportunity here to build on bedrock, noting that you design these things to a degree, but we also hire other people, we read the reports, et cetera. And then you stated that the conditions here are not scary, but ideal. However, you did add that there was a negative to this, that there might be some rock that has to be moved away from certain areas in order to construct the building. So with that in mind, would you have a good idea about where the movement of rock will have to occur? Since you had the geotechnical report, could you show us on an overview where you feel the most amount of rock will be being removed, since you told us that you know where that is?
I don't think he testified to that.
Me too. I
Mr.
have it right here.
Mr. Appel, did you testify to the movement of rock?
Yes. At 1 minute, 1 hour and 32 minutes.
Hang on.
My-
Ask the expert. Hang on. Thank you. Okay. Did you testify to the movement of rock?
My recollection in here is that I mentioned only that I understood that some rock would need to be removed. Not about locations or amount, and I cannot get into more detail than that.
And is that
Actually,
subject matter within your expertise?
Not really. It's really given to us through geotech reports and other
but you
information.
testified on that report, sir. So I would like to know where that rock will need to be moved. And you also went a little bit further on your testimony on the rock, stating that hold on. You also stated that the rock was thin in certain areas and fractured. You said that too.
So that is,
You must know where we're gonna have to move rock if you know where it's thin. where
Let
it's
let him answer the question, please.
if I
You
can-
asked the
if I
question, let
can-
him answer
if
the
I can
question, please.
answer, the geotechnical report provides recommendations for construction.
Hmm.
This is a starting point, and the recommendations indicated that they, based on the subsurface analysis, is that some of the rock is friable, that it can be removed mechanically. So That's what I was making reference to.
Well, you referenced the geotechnical report a number of times, as did Mr. Anderson. The two of you both took the opportunity to add testimony about that report. So my question is, why isn't it available for public consumption if we've had two experts, not even just one, but two experts testify on a report that has not been made public for us to read? And if you don't want to make it public because only two experts and not the author, then I think that it's time to bring the author of that report in to testify on it, because we have two second parties doing so. No?
This is time to ask questions of the expert.
So will you bring the geotechnical, or will you make the report public?
Oh, yeah.
Will you send the planning board the geotechnical report? Perhaps I'm asking the attorney about this, so that that report, after having been testified by two of your experts, could be made public for public consumption.
This is up to the applicant.
I am asking the
Okay,
applicant,
good. Thank you.
and the applicant is not answering me.
I'm sorry, I did not testify. I'm not answering that
Okay,
question right now.
So even though you represent this poor gentleman sitting next to you that you're leaving out.
Well, I don't think he's a poor gentleman. I think he's a very qualified architect.
I
who I've worked
understand
with
that, but you're
before.
leaving him
But I don't
hanging.
want to get into a colloquy. I don't want to argue. What I will represent again is that any of the site work, post-approval that needs to be done, including the removal of rock, it is all regulated. It is regulated by the state of New Jersey. It is regulated by the township of West Orange. And my client will 100% acknowledge on the record that it must comply with all of those
That's fine, but
requirements.
can you make that report public for public consumption, and why not?
I don't have an answer for that now. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Appel, following up on how this, I just want to touch base on what you'd said about the rock, thin in some areas, and even though it's a perfect place to put a building, the ideal place to put a building, how could this fractured rock condition, after removing roughly 5,904 trees, and while refusing to comply with the most current and more strict stormwater management rules that all major developments have to comply with.
Ma'am,
in the
you're
state of New
testifying,
Jersey.
ma'am,
I'm
ma'am,
asking a
you're-
question.
You're testifying.
Excuse me, I am not. I'm asking a question. It's a leading question, and I'm trying to get to it. Let me finish, please. How can this, with all those surrounding conditions, be safe? How can you testify to that being safe? If it's an ideal place to put your building on fractured rock, how is that safe?
I mean, that's outside the architect's
But
expertise.
he testified to it.
That's outside his expertise.
Well, maybe we should have stopped him from testifying when he said it. Sir, could you please answer the question?
There will be a structural engineer that will be responsible for the design of the foundations in accordance with the geotechnical exploration. And that is typically what's done. That's what's done on every project.
No answer. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Peter Guarino, Guarino.
You have the floor, sir.
Okay. Question, my understanding, and if you can confirm, is that you're proposing a kennel? A dog kennel?
There is a building that is going to be for dog care, correct?
Okay. Is it available to the public?
I don't have details on the operation of that. Only that the building was placed and it's available for residents.
And
Available, I went to see it, and I was told it's not available.
Ma'am, please. Thank you. Well,
Do you-
ma'am, I'm asking you to, thank you. Go right ahead, sir.
Do you know how big the kennel is? What are you proposing?
The current footprint of the building is 50 feet by 24.
So
So
1,200.
that's 1,200 square
1,200
feet
square
times 2 stories.
2 stories. Okay. And if I remember correctly, did you say that that was also part of the maintenance building?
No, it's next to the main.
It's next to the maintenance building. And what's the proximity of that building to the setback along Avon Drive?
I would not know the setback without looking at the site plan.
Okay. And I don't know if you can answer this, but having a kennel that may or may not be available to the public, would that not increase traffic flow?
I couldn't comment on the traffic that's generated from that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, come up, state your name and spell your last name, please.
Nancy Meyerowitz, Meyerowitz. I have a couple of questions about the roof deck on building D. First, why would you put the roof deck on building D, which is only 100 feet from Howell Drive and many of the houses on Howell Drive and much closer than any of the other buildings to other houses? And what will we see from Howell Drive? Will the windows face, will be a patio on both buildings? Will the windows face Howell Drive? Can you talk a little bit about the roof deck and the impact on Howell Drive?
So the roof deck is at the center of the building. So it's if you're talking about the common amenity deck on the roof of building D. So that is there's exposure toward I guess facing easterly, which I guess could be a little bit impacted, you know, where you could see some angled view from Howell. It doesn't directly face Howell, but the exposure toward Howell is maybe around 70 feet in width. So now, in addition to this, what was discussed at the prior meeting is that there was desire to put some greenery up on the roof, and we thought that was a great idea, suggestion by the board. And we think what that will also do is it will push activity away from the perimeter of that deck. So by having either potted trees or planters there, it will push activity away from the edge of the building, which I think will be helpful with regard to that.
Will the trees between the building and the cul-de-sac on Howell be torn down, and can those be replanted to prevent the noise? Or anything else be done to mitigate the noise coming from that rooftop to Howell Drive?
Well, you gotta remember the closest house to the edge of the closest portion of the building is almost 270 feet.
I thought it was 106.
So that's
Woods?
Is that our house? We're right on the cul-de-sac. I mean, our property touches on the cul-de-sac.
There's nobody on there.
I don't have the street addresses of the houses, but from the northern edge of building D, we took measurements to several of the houses that are exist, which would be on the northern side of Howell Drive, I guess around where that cul-de-sac is, and those dimensions to the edge of the building are in excess of 300 feet. from the.
Because the documents that were on the website seem to say it was 106 feet.
Yeah. Yeah. Your engineer testifies that percent. Here's, short setback, 186 on out.
Okay, ma'am, you can come up and ask questions. Thank you.
So listen, are there trees coming down between the building and the cul-de-sac? And can those be
As
replanted?
far as where the disturbance lines are, that's really a site question, site engineering question.
Who's that guy?
There are trees coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come up and state your name and spell your last name, please.
Todd Dubovy, Dubovy.
Thank you.
10 Burnett Terrace. I've got a question more for clarification. If a person's involved in a settlement agreement on the prior matter, should not a person who's been involved in the settlement agreement recuse themselves from the current matter?
No, that's a matter of law, not a matter for this applicant and the questioning for them.
No, I'm
So I'll give that to the attorney.
No, not in this case. Planning board is composed of people that are in government, the mayor, council
Right.
person.
But if somebody has been involved in the settlement agreement prior to,
It's anticipated that's part of being on the planning board. This is not zoning board. Zoning board has no members of the governing body
Right.
involved in it. By statute, governing body members are part of the planning board. This is a
so the
common
government
thing.
body, so the government
It's an accept-
employees or officials can have a conflict of interest.
Well, that's
is what
not a
you're saying.
conflict. It's not considered a conflict. They have no pecuniary interest in this outcome. It is not conflict here.
Disagree, but that's okay. All right. The other question I've got has to do with tree canopy. We're talking about 6,000 plus trees being removed. Has anybody done? a
Sorry,
calc-
I don't believe he testified. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you testify in tree removal?
No.
Okay, he didn't testify to tree removal, so he can't answer that question, sir.
Anybody else who can?
Yes, but not at
Can I
this
ask a
moment,
question?
and not at this moment.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Come up, state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good evening. Joyce Rudin, Rudin. Mr. Appel, what did you do as the architect of this project to accommodate affordable housing tenants?
When you say, what did I do? I included the requisite amount of affordable units and dispersed them among all the buildings.
Were you directed by the applicant in any particular way in terms of this particular population?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Okay, I'll move on. Do you know what the 2023 income limits are for the affordable housing tenants in Essex County?
I do not.
Okay, can I state what that is?
No,
All right.
thank you.
Do you believe that a substantial portion of the very low and low income tenants who earn, some of them under $26,000, will have their own vehicle?
I couldn't opine on that.
Okay. If they do not have their own vehicle because they are very low income, what accommodations will there be for these people for access to public transportation?
He didn't testify to that.
It's,
He didn't testify to that.
It's not part of my responsibility on the project.
So when you are building for low income tenants, there is no consideration to the fact that they may need access to public transportation. Is that correct?
That's outside of Mr. Appel's expertise.
That's outside of his testimony, ma'am.
Do you know what the furthest walk is from the high elevation?
Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to hear the questions. We respect you. Please respect the young lady who's speaking.
Thank you so much. Do you know the distance from the highest or furthest point in this development to the closest bus stop?
I do not.
Do you know how much of the walking is not accommodated by sidewalks?
That's more of a site question.
Okay. Sidewalks are not part of you do not cover sidewalks? As an architect, when you're designing, you don't think in terms of where the sidewalks will be placed?
The discipline, it's delineated on the site drawings, not the architectural drawings.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Come right up, ma'am. State your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
My name is Susan Small. I live at 22 Fowler Drive in the Highlands. And I want to submit for the planning board a picture of the property, my property, and what the environment is, the natural environment is behind my unit. It also extends to others all along the rear of the street that I am on, and that's Fowler Drive. I went to the planning board. Don't
Ma'am?
interrupt me, please.
Well,
I went to the planning.
ma'am,
board.
I want you to listen for a moment. The other people in this room respect you as we do. You have to respect them and the process, ma'am.
What did I just say that bothered you?
Listen, there's a process. You're going outside the process. You're preventing the other people from asking questions that are relevant. The applicant has provided an expert, and you are now asked to ask them questions about their testimony. There is time under the law in the future of this application to make public comment. I'm going to ask that you respect the process as we respect you and ask questions based on his testimony
Okay.
at this time, please.
Yes. Okay, the first thing, I came to the planning board to look at the plans. I was not allowed to. I was told they're not available. They're only available to the planning board. The person who I spoke with was rushing me out because she had to go to a meeting. I was very respectful of her, and she said to me, if you want to submit this picture and get it stamped and submit it for the planning board to have as information, you have to go to the planning board. She wrote a little note when your meeting was, and that I should go and present it here and now. Do you want me to take an oath of honesty on a Bible to tell
Ma'am.
you that that's the truth? So I am coming here as I was directed to do. I left very cordially from the planning department and came here to do what I was instructed to do. I want to submit the picture for the planning board has to be able to see things and know what other people see. This is an exchange of ideas. You can't ask a question of someone who doesn't give answers. I've been sitting here the last meeting and this meeting, and you can't ask questions if you haven't been able to look at a map. So the planning board are all volunteers. These are people who I presume have an altruistic interest in the best things for the community. And they should be able to hear and to see the things that the community has to offer. NIMBA doesn't exist anymore, not in my backyard. The attitude toward the people is that they have a vested interest in not wanting anything to happen.
Ma'am,
When they have a vested interest in wanting to make money.
ma'am, I will now listen to me, please. I will direct the zoning official to make that available to you tomorrow at a reasonable time. You can see the plan tomorrow at a reasonable time. You spoke, let me speak. I'm going to ask the attorney if this is presentable to the board and if it has relevance in this application.
Well, I'm
ma'am.
sorry, I'm not available tomorrow. May I come in
Then-
on Friday?
Then I am going to ask you, the zoning official says, yes, Friday morning, contact the office tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and they will make a time for you on Friday morning. That is amenable. I'm going to ask our attorney if this is reasonable for the board to see associated with this application.
So right now, we're only taking questions about
Well,
the
you can't ask questions of people who don't answer.
Ma'am, let her,
You
we
should
let,
sit here and waste your time.
Excuse me, please, I have to finish my comment. We're
Okay.
taking questions from the architect
Mhm.
to the architect. If what you are submitting has to do with laying a foundation for a question that you want to ask the architect, then okay. But if you are submitting a photograph that you want to tell the board about, which would be public comment, which is coming at the end, then it's not the appropriate time to accept the exhibit. So is this
Are you-
document you have
I have a
going
question.
to?
I have a question of the planning board. Are you sincerely interested in accommodating a balance of power between the citizens and the government executive and the landowners that want to build?
ma'am,
There is an imbalance of power here.
Ma'am.
I see how you treat everybody.
ma'am,
There's an antagonism on your part.
Just-
I didn't come here antagonized. I came here to try to inform the planning board. I came to the town board to look at the
Ma'am.
plans, and now I have to make an appointment to see the plans? Why wasn't it open to me? I pay taxes here.
ma'am, we wanted it open to you. I'm directed, please don't clap. This,
I like the claps. It makes me feel encouraged instead of that I'm crazy.
right.
I'm not angry with you.
We're not angry with you.
Operating.
I want to,
These people have a right to ask questions. They're asking
Ma'am.
minutia questions. It's
Ma'am.
like arguing how many angels there are on the head of the pin.
ma'am. I think for that one, you're gonna have to ask Avogadro. He's got a number,
That you can't meet my needs.
ma'am.
You should not volunteer if you're being held captive. You have a right to
Ma'am.
express your opinion as a whole person,
Ma'am,
as a resident and as a volunteer who wants to work for the betterment of your community.
Ma'am.
Including to landowners who want to
you're
use their
you're
land.
taking the time of the
And
other
I
people.
submit this
No,
right
ma'am.
now.
No, ma'am. Thank you. Come back during public comment. We'd be happy to hear from you. Thank you very much for your time.
Questions, same question.
Welcome. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Rachel Klein at KLEIN Howell Drive. I'm going to make, I do have questions for the architect, but I just want to say just two things. Howell Drive wraps around. I think there's a big confusion about how, when people ask questions about what's seen on Howell Drive, it's some people live on the cul-de-sac, some people live directly below this building, and I think it's very important to all of us to get the answers, and maybe everyone just needs to come and see it and see what we're talking about, see this and see the slope and that, and how Howell Drive wraps. And that leads into my first and second question. My first question is what plans you have for building D and its lights, and whether or not it'll be increasing our light pollution. I personally will be living below building D on Howell Drive, but I have neighbors here who'll be living directly across from building D on Howell Drive. Secondly, last week, we all lost power on Howell Drive. Some lost power for almost the entire day. What plans you have for 500 homes in the case of an event where power outages do occur and more regularly, it seems? Are we going to have to listen to huge noisy generators? Are you going to have generators? Just out of curiosity. And one other statement, just because it was put into the record, Exhibit D of the settlement, the kennel is available to the public as per paragraph 6. That's all my questions.
So,
Two questions.
So
It's on building D and what happens if the power goes off.
so
And
the question about lights, the testimony that I gave earlier was that lights on balconies, terraces would be low, not high overhead light shining down, but we were looking and for instance, like on the balconies, that they would be down lights, not lanterns, so that they would not shine outward, but they would shine downward for purpose of minimizing glare.
And people won't be able to just bring whatever they want to their own balconies.
with
Like
regard
I'm
to,
below this, right? So anything, I'll be able to see plenty if anything's shining downward. Even if you say, if they decide they want to have more lights on their
the lights that will be included as part of the building,
Yeah.
that's what I can testify to, not what a resident could.
but they are going to have balconies. Facing.
There are units that have balconies, and I'd given testimony that the lighting was designed in a certain way, downlights, so that it would minimize glare coming off the building. And I believe the testimony with regard to generators is that generators were being proposed for providing security and gate controls and some, so people can get in and out of the garage, not the entire building on emergency power. So it's very, very small, limited generators.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. Good evening. Jonathan Charette, Sharrett. I also live on Howell Drive. I had a couple questions about Building D. You had testified last time that at one point, Building D is only about 6 or 7 feet off of the ridge line, correct?
Yes, I believe 7 feet to the ridge line was the closest point.
Why was it decided to build Building D so close at that point to the ridge line?
This was a balance of designing the building as well as the roadways and dealing with all the other constraints. So this is what was believed to be the best placement.
Was there ever any consideration to move Building D further away from that ridge line?
I don't know all of the steps that the site engineer took. I just know where the landing point was. And there was a lot of investigation, and this was deemed to be the best location.
Were you involved in any of the decision-making as to where to place the building?
We adjusted the building, the site engineer places that building, but we made numerous adjustments to the building to make sure that it would fit and work with where the site engineer was able to place the building.
So the site engineer determined that it should be placed 7 feet away from the ridgeline.
Well, 7 feet is the closest point. Many of the areas, I think, Mr. Anderson testified that there's many areas that are significantly larger than that.
Sure, but I'm talking about the pinch point. So would it be possible to move Building D further away from the ridgeline?
That would be outside of my expertise.
Right, but the way that you designed the building accommodated for the 7 foot distance from the ridgeline.
That's correct.
Okay. And you never considered whether to move the building further away from the ridgeline?
Outside of what, that was really a site engineering process.
Do you know if the site engineer ever considered moving it further away from the ridgeline?
I don't know all the iterations prior to this.
Right. Maybe the questions here will be the same answer, but you had testified also that Building D is about 106 feet away from the homes on Howell Drive, correct?
I don't believe that I gave that testimony at 106 feet.
I could be wrong, but I have it in my notes that somebody testified that it's about 106 or so feet off of the homes on Howell Drive.
That is likely a dimension that Mr. Anderson provided to the property line.
And so again, the same question, why was it decided to build Building D? That's the closest point to the property lines, right? Of all the existing homes in the area, the building that is closest to the property lines is Building D. So why was it decided to build Building D there, closest to the existing homes?
I don't have all the steps, but there were numerous design iterations. This was deemed to be the best, and we had provided sections showing the relationship of the building directly to the closest house on Howell.
Right, but Building D is the largest of the 4 buildings, correct?
I believe it is the largest, correct?
Right, and it has the most residential units as well, correct?
Want to double check. Yes.
So I guess the question I have is why was the decision made to put the largest building with the most number of residential units and have that to be closest to the ridge line and closest to existing homes?
This was consideration of a lot of different issues, and it is a site engineering issue, but there were a number of
What are some of
iterations
the
getting.
considerations that were taken into account when making the decision to put that largest building right up against the ridge line and right up against the existing homes?
For the record, I'm just going to interject. Our site plan is the site plan. It fully conforms with all setbacks and it conforms with the requirement that the building be placed west of the ridge line. And that's the application that's before this board, not any internal thinking or processes that may have led to the site plan that is before the board. So I would just instruct the board and everybody in the room that that's the situation with the plan.
Are you asserting privilege? I'm trying to understand what that instruction was.
He's making a comment. Keep going.
Okay. I think that these are relevant questions and I hope that the planning board at least will consider them. So was there ever a consideration to make building D smaller and to increase the sizes instead of buildings A, B, or C?
I don't recall all the prior iterations because it's been in this configuration for quite some time.
And again, going back to decision making for building D is the only building that currently is contemplated to have a roof deck, correct?
That's correct.
So again, a decision was made to put a roof deck on the building that's going to be closest to existing homes and not to put a roof deck anywhere else.
But the location of the roof deck was pushed not to the edge of the building closest to Hal, but it's more central to the building.
Right, but that wasn't my question. The only building that has a roof deck is building D, and building D is the unit that is closest to existing homes, correct?
That is the edge of that building is a long building, so only that one edge is very close to the building.
Right, but a roof deck could have been put on buildings A, B, or C, which would have been much further away from existing homes, no?
This was what was put in the application, and this is what's being proposed.
Do you have any idea as to why that decision was made?
Sorry, that's decision. He's not here for decision making. I want to stop you right there. You've asked him about 9 questions about decision making. You can ask him about decision about architecture, but the process is here. So they've made their decisions. He's not the person to ask how they came to that decision. The application stands before us, sir. So you can ask him about the architecture, but not the decision-making process. Thank you.
Understood. So just to clarify that point, I guess, were you then instructed by the applicant to put the roof deck on building D and therefore that's how you designed it?
Again, that goes to the same point. That was all part of the decision-making process. The application and the site
I'm
plan
asking
before
if
the
he's the
board.
one that
site plan.
decided it or if he was told.
Well,
to do it this way.
he was told to do it as evidenced by the application. He's the architect, so.
But he didn't testify to that. You're saying that, but I want to know if that's the testimony.
Well, it stands in the public view that there is a building, it's D, it has a roof deck on it, and he's the architect. So here it is, A, B, C. Do you want him to say that he put the roof deck there? The board is here, so we get information to make a decision. If you're asking, did he physically draw that? He can answer that question. That would make sense. Did he have a decision in the process? The applicant's attorney said, we're not discussing that. This is stuff that's here.
Well, somebody submitted this plan, all right, with the fact that building D is closest to the ridgeline, closest to existing homes, has the highest ceilings, has the roof deck, right? Somebody made that decision. Somebody submitted the plan, right, with that decision. If it wasn't the architect who made that decision, that's fine. But I still would like to know who made that decision and whether the planning board and this is perhaps a separate issue, not for, this particular witness, but whether the planning board is even considering, asking for a change of plans to move things back off of that ridge line, to move things away from the.
The applicant has the right under the law to present a plan. The planning board listens to the public, listens to the questions, listens to our experts, listens to their experts, then decides based on all the testimony. So again, if your question is, did he draw it? He can answer that question because he did testify. If you're asking, did he decide that? He can answer that. If he did or did not, it's a yes or no question. Those are the issues, and I want to keep this so we have a clear record.
I'll ask one final question on this, and I
Thank you.
understand your point. Thank you. Were you the one who made these decisions, yes or no?
No.
Okay. At the last meeting, you put up a slide showing building D relative to the steep slope. You recall that?
You said building D relative, there were two site sections that were shown at the last hearing.
Right. There was a cross-sectional view showing building D and how it was positioned relative to the steep slope. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Right. Do you have that slide? I think it would make the question easier.
I don't have this presentation.
Okay.
Well, let me ask the question. If we don't need the slide, that's fine. Do you recall from that cross-sectional view how far away building D was from the ridgeline in that cross-section?
17, 13.
Yes, I believe this was the slide.
So at that, and I'm just looking at the site plan right now, and that area, it's hard to discern exactly where that is, but it would be ranging somewhere between 20 and 40 feet.
Right. Would it be possible for you to provide a slide showing the cross section at that pinch point?
You're talking about where that corner is. It's going to be quite similar to what's already shown here on section. PB-4.4C.
Right, but the way that you're presenting this here, and there were a lot of questions, concerning, access to the rear of the building, some safety questions in that regard. You're showing this here as between 20 and 40 feet. I think it would be helpful to be able to see what it looks like at that pinch point. Are you able to provide that cross section?
It would be quite similar to this, but obviously there would be just some grade changes.
No, obviously there'd be great changes. That's what I would like the cross section to show, because there were questions about how there would be access to the rear of the building. I think it would be helpful to be able to see what the grade looks like at that pinch point. So I'm asking if you can provide that.
Actually the grading would be shown on the site drawings, so it wouldn't need to be shown on a separate section because you can pick up that grading right on the site plan.
No, I understand that, but there was a decision made to draw the cross section at this particular point, correct? And as the architect, I assume you were the one who made the decision to show the cross section, where it's widest at, between 20 and 40 feet, as opposed to where it's narrowest at 7 feet, right?
It doesn't change the picture very much.
Right, but could you provide that picture?
Yeah, I don't have that section available.
I'm not asking if you have it available here. I'm asking, could you go back to your office and create it?
The applicant will take the comment under advisement.
Okay, thank you. One final set of questions. There were some slides, and some testimony about the positioning of the central hallway, within the building, and you had testified that it was offset such that one side of the building had larger units and one side of the building had smaller units, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was there ever any consideration made to have that central hallway not offset so that both sides of the hallway would be equal in size?
We did that merely because it provided opportunity to have units with dens on one side and units without dens on the other. And that we thought was a better decision for the project.
Part of the decision making also was to be able to put the affordable units on the smaller side of the hallway, correct?
That's where they're presently shown, correct?
Right, and the reason why, at least in part, the central hallway was offset was to make smaller units that could then be affordable units, correct?
Are you asking me or telling me?
It's a leading question, but it is a question.
The primary reason was done for dens. There are market units on the shorter side of the hallway. It's only a couple of feet difference. It's not hugely different.
Right, I'm glad you mentioned that because you had testified that when you're standing out in that hallway and you're looking, at the doors, for example, of the units, no one would be able to tell that one is an affordable unit and one is not, correct?
That was my testimony, yes.
Right, but there are also utility closets and storage closets along each floor, correct?
Out of necessity, correct.
Right, and all of those utility closets and storage closets, they happen to be carved out from only the affordable units, correct?
What's shown in there on the plans, likely they're carved out, the utility closets are carved out of the affordable units.
Right, so that makes the affordable units smaller than the market units, even on the same side, correct?
In a very de minimis way, yes.
Right, and also if you were standing in that hallway and you saw a storage closet or a utility closet, and you saw an apartment door right next door to that, you would know that that's an affordable unit, correct?
That's a little bit of a leap, but I suppose someone could make that connection.
Well, I'm not asking if somebody can make the connection. It's a fact, right? That you made all the affordable units smaller by putting them on the smaller side of the hallway and then cutting storage units out of them, right?
The storage, either the storage or utility closets are necessary to make the building work.
Right, but you didn't decide to pull them out of the market units, correct?
I did not, in some cases, they may be in market units, but on the plans that were submitted, they're all carved out of the affordable units.
Okay, all right, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Seth, S-E-T-H, Weiss letter, W-E-I-S as in Sam, L-E-D as in David, E-R.
Thank you.
West Orange. I guess my question is, we talked a lot about the settlement agreement and the what was agreed upon by the town and by the West Essex Highland. Two parties involved. I live on Howell Drive, not involved. Just making a statement there. My question is, which plans were discussed in that meeting? These plans that we're seeing tonight, or were they the concept plans? And what has changed between the two? And that's where I'm sorry, but the attorney has gone back that this is an agreement and we are allowed to do this. And yes, you have sent in an application by law and you are following the law. My question is, to the architect, which plans were discussed, conceptual plans, and which are before the planning board? Because what was agreed upon by those three parties was the plans that were looked at there, not looked at here. So there's a lot of mix and confusion. So that's my question.
So you're basically saying that, I just want to get this for the board.
Well, let's, for example, Building D, did those plans initially have a balcony? Did they have a rooftop? Was it as close to the homes? What has shifted? What has changed? They have gone, their attorney They have gone back to this agreement several times. So they've opened the door to this question. I would like to know if these are the plans that were submitted or ones in discussion, because it's a bait and switch.
So you're basically asking, are the conceptual plans that were part of the agreement?
The planning board has to follow. Yes.
Are the conceptual, you're asking, I just want to be clear, are the conceptual plans that were agreed to by the parties the same plans as presented today?
Correct.
Okay, good.
First, I'd just
Mr.
like to
Blocker.
comment, and maybe Ms. McGovern would like to chime in. First of all, whatever was discussed during settlement negotiations between the parties in that room were privileged. There was pending and ongoing litigation at that time, and that is privileged. And from a legal standpoint, it would not be proper to air that before this board. Second, I need to finish.
No,
Second, the concept plan attached to the settlement agreement is typical. It is only a concept plan. There are several references in the settlement agreement that talk about how the project is not fully engineered. Things can change. What was discussed and what is in the concept plan attached to the settlement agreement are the general locations of the buildings, in addition with the ordinance requirements that the town agreed to adopt, which as part of its compliance mechanisms, the town eventually did adopt that ordinance, which is now known as the IH1 zoning ordinance. But to discuss before this board what was discussed in the settlement room would be wholly improper. And two, excuse me, I just need a little water. My throat just like.
Take your time, take your time.
I just. And second, to the extent that the concerned citizen is trying to challenge the settlement agreement or try to amend it or try to.
That is not true. I'm
I
not
just
trying to
finished.
challenge.
Or,
No,
or object to it, that would not be within the purview or jurisdiction of this board.
Okay, good. Well, 1 second. I know, everybody's gonna get a chance. Everybody's gonna get a chance. Ms. McGovern. Hang in there. We're getting back. I promise.
Legal response to the privilege.
1 minute. I want to Ms. McGovern. Okay. getting it.
I'm not going to the privilege issue. I don't know what you're going to say. What I would like to say is a concept plan is a more general plan, and these are more specific. And in the settlement agreement, it's been made clear that this is a general idea of placement. And then what they did was specifics, and there are design criteria, and there's a specific ordinance for this piece of property that they have complied with, those design terms, as well as setbacks, heights, the things that this board is reviewing on site plan. So specifics as to balconies, decks, those are details that, no, we're not in a concept plan. It's more fleshed out in this plan that the board is having. But the positioning of the buildings, as I understand it from the concept plan, were substantially, if not identical, to where these buildings are right now.
Mr. Alfred, 1 second.
And
Well,
for the
we're gonna
record,
have-
I am not challenging this settlement.
Okay.
Thank you. If I wanted to do that, I'll do that in a court of law and go to a judge. Okay?
Well, Mr. Alfred. Thank you.
For the record, this is Bruce Efron, counsel for We Care New Jersey. I just want to respond not on the issue of whether the concept plan is the same or differs. That's not my concern at the moment. I just want to respond to Mr. Plocker's comment that in his view, what was discussed in connection with that is privileged. You know, on the one hand, Mr. Plucker made multiple statements, as did Mr. Anderson, that the settlement governs, this board has to follow the settlement. So the settlement in the applicant's view is a public instrument that this board must follow. Yet at the same time, the settlement discussions that led to it are privileged and no one can know what is said. So I just want to state my legal disagreement. If there is a question to a witness that requires such information and the witness has it, in my judgment, there is no privilege. And I just want to assert that position for the objectors. I don't know if we're going to reach such a question, but if we do, I want to state my respectful disagreement with Mr. Plocker's interpretation.
Thank you. So noted. You're up.
Now I know I should have gone to law school. That was well said. Thank you. My next chapter, maybe. So with regard to, it was mentioned in your testimony about barbecues and grills being allowed on those balconies. So I guess my question, are the other buildings have balconies as well, or just building D?
I believe my testimony was that the grills would only be on the common roof amenity, not on the balconies. So typically they're not permitted on balconies, but you can have on the common area of the roof that you could have grills up there.
Okay. And also it was brought up with several questions, the use of a back patio. I guess that was going to be on the ground floor facing the slope. And my biggest concern from the balcony and reading other studies and things like that is the echoing of sound. Has that been taken into any consideration? Echoing of sound traditionally goes into valleys and can be heard from the top. For instance, when people are playing loud music up there and doing other things that they're not supposed to do, we can hear the music coming down the slope.
So we have not done that type of analysis yet.
And that is a big concern, especially since Building D is the only one with the roof balcony and that type of amenity.
So I'll just represent for the applicant.
Mr.
The
App-
applicant will
Mr.
abide
Blocker.
by all township ordinances, nuisance ordinances, noise ordinances.
So Building D is the only one that has that amenity balcony. For use.
Are you talking about balcony or?
I'm sorry,
or
rooftop.
Okay, rooftop, you're correct. Balcony, are consistent on all the buildings.
On all the buildings, okay. Let's see here. So the one question that I have is you were asking regard to, I guess, how much is going into the ground and the 50% and all those things. In regard to the, blasting and making that decision to ask for the variance, wouldn't you agree that that's more of a cost savings for the builder rather than looking nice? Because you referred that we would have to then build this or build extra walls and all these other things. It sounds like it's more of a cost savings. It's nice to ask for a variance, but then it sounds like a more cost savings feature for the
My opinion is that aesthetically, this is far superior than having walls and disruptions in grade and additional disturbance. And I think that was there was also discussion by Mr. Anderson similar to that.
Okay. In addition, I would like to ask about, you showed a lot of green and you made a statement that really no one's going to see the backside, but when all the leaves are down, the people from Howell can look right up and see backside of things like that. And you're proposing green and things like that. We live in a seasonal climate area. I drive around, I don't see green all around. So I don't know what we're going to be planting and maintaining through winter, fall, spring. It's beautiful pictures, don't misunderstand me, but there's a reality to this. And I don't see that being a reality. So maybe you can expand on that?
I'm not sure what the question was.
You showed on the garages green to make it look pretty and said it will stay green. We're going to use real things to keep it green, but I'm not sure what we're proposing here.
We are proposing that these would be green. So
okay. Maybe I'm in the wrong climate. And you also said that the closest house, which I was told was mine, is 270 feet from that corner on Building D facing north, correct?
To the corner that, call it the northeasterly corner of the building, that to the actual house, not the property line, but the house, is that I scaled off 264 feet 8 inches. And that's off a site plan, so I would say that's an approximate dimension.
And also the setbacks that you've created, and I appreciate that. Thank you to ease the view for us on how what kind of site studies were done, sightline studies were done looking down from how and from what points were those done?
Well, that was exactly the purpose that why we were doing those cross sections, so that we had a better understanding of the relationship of grade and trees and everything else. So that was why we took the time to do those cross sections. These were done not for this meeting, but done, quite a bit of time ago.
Right. And I do appreciate you being consistent with the lights, but there will be lights from the apartments and other lights people bring. And I still think there's going to be a lot of light pollution coming down that hill, especially in the fall and the winter time when there is no coverage. So I don't know how we're going to be preventing that being so close to a slope and those people in the Howell Valley, I'll call it now.
So one of the things that I also wanted to clarify, that dimension that I gave you was not to the upper floors, that was to the base of the building. And the upper floors, based on what we were just discussing with the wedding caking of the upper floors, actually cuts back and would actually be additional dimension because the building steps as it goes upward at those end caps.
Okay. My last question for you is, obviously it's a puzzle laying out all these buildings. And we're trying to understand why Building D, the largest building with all this room and space, we could all be challenged, but there's got to be a way to move it, make it more amendable to the neighbors on Howell Drive that had the least say. Was there an opportunity to do that?
This is the plan that's before the board.
Okay.
Okay, I'll finish my questions for now.
Thank you. We're gonna take a 10-minute bio break.
Can we get the air back on?
Yes.
I would like to have the.
Yes.
Well, I don't think. Let's move it off and fill it back. I mean, where did
Yeah, but I did explain is that that good was and the cases was good there.
Mr. Chairman, we're back on.
Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, everybody on Zoom. Thank you so much. Young lady, you're up.
Thank you. I appreciate the young lady. Who do I spell my name out to? Sorry. Who do I spell my name out to? Oh, okay. Sejal. And then the last name is Jhaveri hyphenated Gajawala, West Orange. Is that good? All right. So I think my first question, I just wanted clarification post to all the different comments before. There were actually two variance exceptions you're looking for, right? One was for the 50% foundation and the second is for the 7 foot? Or no? No, that's not an exception.
No, I addressed it before, but I would be happy to address it, ma'am.
Mr.
The only bulk variance that the application seeks is for relief from the 50% requirement for the exposed foundations. What everyone is calling the ridge line, that dotted line on the concept plan, and you refer to the 7-foot measurement from the pitch point, unless I misunderstood you.
Yeah.
That is not a lot line. That is not a setback line. All that the ordinance requires is that we stay west of that line.
Okay,
Thank you.
understood. Thank you for the clarification. So one of my questions, hang on, sorry, I'm gonna go through this. Sorry, should have been more prepared. Now I understand there's no ordinance or laws for this, but since we are in extraordinary times, will all the buildings be built with potential earthquakes in mind?
I'm sorry,
We
ma'am,
have
ma'am,
to.
could I ask you to speak into the microphone? I can't hear you in the back.
Oh.
They can't hear you in the back.
Oh, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, the air conditioning is too loud?
Can you hear me now?
Is that better?
Okay, all right, let's try this again. So I said, I understand there may be no ordinances or laws for this, but since we are in extraordinary times, will all the buildings be built with potential earthquakes in mind? The one in April definitely impacted this area, and we had 2 on that one day.
So the building code has seismic requirements and sections, and we will be fully conforming with the building code
Okay.
with regard to that.
And this whole, and I'm learning still, this whole 50% foundation piece, that doesn't get, I have a son who lives in California, so I know under the parking and all that stuff, so I just want to verify the 2-level parking now won't have an impact.
No, it's a design issue, not a concern.
Okay, all right. My next question goes to, can you share any local complexes that use the tandem parking? I have definitely ventured out to quite a few around this area and I have not seen it. So I think it would be good for some of us who haven't seen it to understand how it works, what happens with it. Because, and also the question would be from a day-to-day building operations team, which may not be you, so I apologize, to avoid the use of visitor parking spaces when they should be tandem parkers.
So I'll answer the second one first is it's an operational issue. So the developer and when they're managed the property, they want to make this all work. And if they have to change, if people are abusing the parking, they will put in procedures to mitigate and correct that. So it's one of those things is that you have to be a little bit nimble and fluid to address that, and you address a problem like that operationally.
Okay. How about any local, I don't know if the planning board has seen any local complexes that do tandem parking. It's a new concept for me, so.
So I'm going to say almost every one of our projects do have tandem parking. It's very, very common right now. So I'm thinking, let's talk West Orange, how about right across from South Mountain Arena, there's a building. I don't know what the name of the building is, but it's there's a daycare in the building.
I know what you're talking about,
right?
by Primrose.
That has the Primrose School, that has tandem parking. That's probably the closest one that's finished that somebody can look at, but it's quite common. It's no different having a tandem stall than having a car in a garage and a car in the driveway in front, and you've got to move the car that's covered, there's a traffic engineer who's going to be talking possibly this evening or another evening, and they can probably provide some insight as well, because it's quite common.
Okay, thank you for that information. My next question is regarding sanitation. So it was noticed that there's only one compactor and one recycling room on each floor. Is that correct?
Well, so let me explain a little bit more. The compactors are at the garage level. Some of the buildings only have one compactor, and some of them have two compactors. Then there's trash chutes that go from the compactor up and hit a small trash room on each floor. So, and those, if there's two compactors, there will be two trash rooms. And we
Okay.
tried to locate those strategically and conveniently, but this is the preferred way to do this. This is far better than carrying trash down in elevators and
Perfectly fine with that. I just want, but I guess the question is the size of those rooms, right? There's a lot of recycling. You're talking about a lot of residents on that floor to just have one area for them to bring all their stuff into and then not have impact, because they're supposed to bring all their recycling there. I put 3 cans of recycling out today and we're 2 people in our house. So I'm just trying to understand how all of those people on one floor is going to be able to handle one area for recycling.
so we looked at that there are metrics that are available that talk about how much recycling is generated, and we did look at that, and we even used the smaller containers as a comparison and a metric for calculation, and it worked fine. And if we use larger containers, then that would even work even better. So there's when you consider, I didn't even include that there's storage inside the units, which there is. I considered only the trash room, on each floor, and the main trash room at the basement, at the garage level.
Okay, I will still have my concerns about that because I just feel like one room for
We
so many.
we did
Yeah.
look at that.
Okay. I guess to add, just to complete out sanitation, looking at, forward, because we're looking at buildings being built forward, has composting been ever thought of in these units as well? I mean, a lot more people are doing composting.
That's
In a
it.
couple of years from now, we'll do even more.
That's a good question. I can opine on whether that can be incorporated right now, but it is, we will look into that.
Okay. And I guess my other question was a follow-up on the power grid. So I don't know if that's a question for you or not.
I don't know what I could answer. That could be way out of.
Okay, should I hold that for someone else or? So the question is, we've, we're seeing so many more power outages coming out. I'd like to understand where are the power lines going to be sitting for this? What power grids are they going into? Because we have 2 in our neighborhood, and trust me, they get impacted all, and that, and ours is a newer neighborhood to begin with. So.
The only thing I can mention is that the proposed distribution is underground for the power.
Okay. I have some other stuff, but I'll hold them for public comment. It was
Thank
more
you
on
very
the
much.
affordable housing side.
Thank you. Come right up, sir, and state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Patrick Laterza, Laterza. I live in Verona. Got a few questions because we're going over 2 days of testimony here. I just want to, I know it's been.
Sir, can you speak a little louder? I'm sorry.
Can I take this off? Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
I know it's been alluded to, but I just want to confirm. Are all of the affordable housing units on the smaller side of the building? Of the buildings?
They're on the shorter side of the corridors, yes.
Okay, so they're segregated to the shorter side of the building, every one of them.
Along with market units as well.
Okay. I know you gave us a range in your testimony last time of the sizes of units. Have you calculated the average size of the units? Since you have some of the market units that are on the smaller side and most are on the larger side, that would skew those numbers.
I have not done various average calculations. The only thing that I can tell you is that when you look at, there are market one-bedroom units that are in the similar location, and they're with the exception of the utility closet, they are the identical dimension as the market.
Sure, but there's more one-bedroom units that are market rate on the larger side.
There are other larger units, but there are smaller and very similar size.
But they're fewer, so your average size will be skewed larger by the market units because there's more market units on the larger side of the building.
I can't give you those calculations.
Okay, but you're an architect, you know math, right?
Excuse me?
You're an architect, you know math.
Yes.
So sounds about right, right?
Until you provide an average or a weighted average with the number of units and stuff like that, I couldn't even tell you, how much it's moving the meter.
Okay. Could I ask the board if that would be an important number they would want to know about the affordable housing? How much smaller they're going to be on an average than the larger ones, than the market rate?
There's a minimum that the law sets for units. So they're going to have to comply with the law.
Sure, but you're making an assumption. You guys are making a decision based off of the importance of these affordable housing units and how important they're going to be, how they're going to be utilized. So I think that would be an important factor for you guys, but I don't want to be making commentary. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask that question. Has anything been done, since you're cutting down so many trees, has anything been done to mitigate heat island effect for the buildings?
There are a number of green provisions in the ordinance, and we are going to meet the ordinance. I can't give you calculations or additional information about providing numbers or other metrics on that.
Okay. Approximately how many people could fit in the fire areas of refuge?
The fire areas of refuge have not yet been designed. We're just going to comply with the code. I don't have an answer with the exact number, and whether we're going to be using whether we're going to put an area of refuge that would be separating the building into two pieces, or if it will be contiguous and connected to one of the stair towers.
Okay, so because there's been multiple references when we're talking about fire safety about those areas of refuge, but they haven't been planned out at all.
Well, this is a concept level of drawings right now. All of that is looked at very carefully code-wise when the construction documents were put together.
I think there was concern about fire, but areas of refuge, if you're saying conceptually they're going to be there, you're saying they could hold anywhere from one person just in case to a family of 4?
It is going to meet or exceed the code.
Okay.
In every respect.
I know this wasn't your testimony, but it was brought up during this portion, so I'm going to bring it up. Mr. Hoffman testified that you could get a credit if you didn't use your parking spot, but people weren't paying for parking spots. I was just curious how that's different. So if you chose, and I know once again, this wasn't your thing, but if you chose not to use your parking spot and instead parked on the street because you could get a credit for it, is that any different than paying for parking spots?
Well, you're talking about a surface spot or a street spot, because I don't know that there are street parking. There is surface parking.
Yes, surface parking or utilizing any other parts of the street that aren't necessarily parking areas and the walking to your house.
Operationally, I don't know how that would work differently.
And you were just saying about how building management would handle misuse of visitor parking spots. Has anyone had any sort of plan on how that misuse would be managed? I know once again, this is not going to be your space, but you mentioned it. So
this is an operational, I design buildings, but it's a good question, but these are operational, issues, and they want to make it right. They don't want it to function poorly.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Please step up, sir, state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
My name is Donald Ershow, Ershow. Mr. Rabel, you had testified the last time that you have done many projects like this, and so I have a question regarding with a project like this, your anticipation of sort of the occupancy, and it's related to, well, first of all, could you restate again how many 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units there are?
You want me to give you a recap of
Just the total number. I don't care whether they're affordable or market rate.
Yeah. I'm sorry, the copy that I have is too small to read. Okay, so you're looking for totals?
Yeah, just the total number.
The total number of 1-bedrooms is 68. Total number of 1-bedroom plus dens is 101. And this I'm reading from the market. 3-bedroom plus den is 16. 3-bedroom is 66. 2-bedroom plus den 120. 2-bedroom 25, and then the affordable 1, 2, and 3 respectively are 12, 64, and 24.
What?
12, 64, and 24.
24.
For a total of 100.
So when you were talking about the amenities and everything, I heard you talk about a clubhouse, and I think I heard you talk about a dog park. I don't recall you mentioning any other types of parks and anything. Was I mistaken? Are there any other parks or playgrounds or anything like that?
There are outside amenities contiguous with the clubhouse. There's walking trails. The anticipation is that there are sidewalks around the community as well. The idea is that the site would be walkable and bikeable as well. So,
but in general, it's not being designed with the anticipation for any children.
well, there is currently not a dedicated tot lot right now on the property. However, the clubhouse was considered to have space at the lower level that would accommodate children and likely would have a babysitting room as well. So there were considerations on the architectural side, but I don't believe that there was a dedicated tot lot on the property.
In your experience, and you've done many of these, with irrespective of where building A, B, and C, and D is, and all of that, a project of this size with this number of rooms, any sense of how many children there might be?
Could not give you an answer on that.
So no, whether there might be with 500 units,
You're,
50 children or 200 children?
I've
That order of magnitude?
I've answered that. I don't want to speculate something that I don't have, separate knowledge of.
Okay, I mean, and I understand that and I appreciate it. The only reason I ask it is because there's not even a provision in the plans anywhere for any children outside of the buildings. And it should be considered somewhere. I moved out of town 20 years ago, and with some people in this room, in addition to on the dais, 1,000 of us built schools that had people in trailers, and we had to account for it. And so everybody needs to think about it. So we all have to think about it. That's why I raised the topic.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Come right up and state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Guess I'm the last one, right? So Susan Goldstein, and it's Goldstein. I primarily want to talk about, and thank you, Planning Board, for spending so much time on all of this. It's very upsetting to most of us. I was wondering if you could pull up building D on the slides there. You have a couple pictures of it.
Could you speak up? I'm sorry, ma'am, could you speak up a little bit, please?
Try again. I was wondering if you could pick up building D up there.
You're looking at, you want to look at the,
You could have the one that has the orange sort of building D, and it also has the slope with the trees on it. You had it up a while ago. You guys must be tired of craning your necks.
so, oh, do you know something? You want the,
You know how you
to
had
show
the one
more of
with
the
the
site.
trees and then the that showed how,
Yeah.
yeah.
The other PowerPoint.
So I can start to ask my question while you're pulling that up. So there's been a lot of discussion about Howell, which is on one side, and then the Grand is over here. My topic is building D. But there's been no discussion of the Highlands of West Essex, where I believe building D, I hate to point, but if you had a pointer right there, that should be, what I'd like you to discuss is the footage from that part to Bayowski Road in the Highlands of West Essex.
You're talking about somewhere down here.
I'm not sure. I can't tell from your maps.
Is that
So
over
I can't
here?
see where the cul-de-sac is.
I don't know that distance, directly. It would need to be scaled off the site plan.
So that's pretty important because as the young man over here said, because I'm the young lady, right? The young man over there said, why would you build building D closest as the largest building closest to all the residences, all the residential buildings around? Bayowski is right at one end with about 6 homes there, and Howell's on the other end, and you've got the Grand on the right. And it doesn't make sense to me. On top of it, I'm asking, with it being on the top of a slope ridge, we've had 2 landfill slides here in West Orange. I would like to know the footage from the end of that building. I don't know if that's north, south, east, or west towards Bayowski, and how much of the forest footage would be left. We face the forest. So how much would be left?
You're asking, this is really a site question.
Is it site? Okay, but we don't have someone coming back to talk to us about site planning, do we? I'm asking, I don't know. Because a lot of these questions that everyone's been asking has to do with site planning, because it keeps saying, well, this isn't my territory, it's site planning. But it's really hard as a resident who's facing that forest and knowing that that forest is going to get torn down. How much of my footage of forest is going to be left for us to look at with our house that faces that?
So you're talking about the forest being torn down over here?
Well, you can't build building D without tearing down that 6,000 trees, which nobody's going to sit there and count. I just don't understand where building D ends and the cul-de-sac for Bayowski, what that footage is. What's that frontal footage? How much green are we going to be left with?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, and then thank you for your question and concern, but I just want to understand the member of the public's question. You're talking about the area, and correct me if I'm wrong,
Yeah.
but this is laid out north, south, east, west. So the top of the image is the north, the
So
bottom.
that's where Howell is at the top, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and Bayowski would be the
Correct.
circle where Mr.
Correct.
pointing out.
And we're at the end, we face the forest and we would have emergency exits possibly besides Kuzik. So I just don't understand how much forest you're gonna leave us.
No, that's Bakley. That's Bakley that you were.
The one, next one above the word map. Yeah, I think it's somewhere.
Bayowski. Well, no, it's not that. It's not
So I
that
think
far
it's
left.
farther to
It's
the
right
right.
next, yeah, it's about there. It's right next to, a little left from Bakley.
That's a house.
Right there.
That's a house.
That's.
That's a house.
And that's
Yeah.
my house,
Look
right
at
there, that's me.
Bayowski.
So how much, it's really hard to read these maps and figure out, okay, how much green are you gonna leave me that I'm facing? And that leads back to that young man's question as to why you would not only build building D on a steep slope. I teach science, you've got, fracking of frail rock under there, slate probably, shale probably, clay. So why would you put the biggest building with the most residences near all these buildings?
So just to confirm that the area is the southern
Yeah.
edge of building D.
Yeah.
And then going down to Bayowski.
Yes.
One, the site plan does not propose to open Bayowski even for emergency access.
That I know changed. I know it went to Kuzik instead. But for a while, it was thinking that there would be a road there. Because right at the end of our cul-de-sac, there's a path that goes right into the woods. But
Yeah, there is no access at all being proposed from Bayowski. That was actually one of the salient points that was requested by the condominium association.
so how much green will be left in that forest that we face?
We can certainly bring our site engineer back, but almost all of it's remaining. And I believe the setback from the southern part of building D to the property line is over 500 feet.
500 feet, okay.
And I
I'm
think
not too
100 is
smart.
required.
How many feet or yards is a football field? Who knows? How many? How many?
300.
300 feet, so a little more than a football field. Hmm. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Afrin, yes, could you say it in the microphone so we have it on the record, sir?
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't mean to start testifying. I just wanted to make a clear record to
got
make sure the area that we were talking about.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Welcome. State your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Jeremy Dudnoff, Doodnauth. Quick question, did you refer to the building as being a green building?
Not green building, but having green, there was a number of green provisions in the ordinance.
So I think you said that some of the criteria were optional versus mandatory.
Well, they listed a bunch of requirements, but you didn't have to choose all of them. So in other words, that you needed to have a certain, certain of these to perform, and we will be building to meet or exceed all of the green provisions.
Meet or exceed, okay.
Yes.
So is it safe to say that you would be going for some type of LEED certification?
That is not part of the ordinance.
No.
But many of the items in here are very similar to
Similar, but not getting you there.
we're not filling out and registering the project, but we are going to be needing to submit this information to the town so that it can be evaluated and to show that we are going to meet or exceed the ordinance.
Okay, so I guess my question is, there's a lot of people here that have been asking about environmental impact on the land, the area around. Wouldn't it behoove the contractor to go for the gold standard of protecting the area and the environment?
That while many of the features in the ordinance that are connected to lead provisions, we are not pursuing the registration.
Is it purely financial or just what you feel?
I'm sorry, sir, that's beyond the scope of the architect.
And I'm just going to clarify for the record,
The plot.
that Mr. Appel slightly misspoke. The design terms and conditions, which are green related, are not contained in the ordinance, but they are contained in Exhibit C to the settlement agreement, which was made part of the application materials. It's entitled Design Terms and Conditions, and it is a 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 full page, single space document. And the settlement agreement does require my client to abide by those items as part of this. Even though the planning board is not part of the settlement agreement, we recognize fully that this development must adhere to Exhibit C, these design terms.
Thank you, Mr. Plucker. Mr. Afrin.
Yes, thank you. For the record, Bruce Efron again. I just want to note our position is very simply that the binding nature of anything in the settlement agreement depends on its incorporation into the ordinance. To the extent the ordinance incorporates the design elements and others of the settlement, that becomes binding on the board. I want to clarify, the settlement agreement itself is not binding on the board, only to the extent that the ordinance incorporates and imports parts of the settlement is it binding on the board. And we need to get beyond this point of always saying the settlement binds the board. It does not. What binds the board is solely and exclusively those elements of the settlement that are incorporated into the ordinance. Now, I believe Mr. Plucker may be right, the design elements may be incorporated. But my point is, it's not the settlement that binds us. It's that part of the settlement that's incorporated into the ordinance. It's a very important distinction we have to bear in mind.
Mr. Plucker.
And I appreciate Mr. Afrin's comment. So I'm going to read what section 25-19A. It's the first provision of the IH1 zoning ordinance. It says purpose. The purpose of the IH1 district is to provide for inclusionary development that contributes to the region's fair share of affordable housing in accordance with a court settlement agreement which outlines provisions for same, period.
Well, it also goes further, and the settlement agreement, I'm going to leave it as I said it, but our position is it's the ordinance that binds, not the agreement per se. Thank you.
On the record. Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Just one more question. So I know that you said the lead is, like I said, the gold star. Did you think about going for the carbon neutral green building just to show good faith and say, hey, we're putting this type of product out into the environment?
The provisions that were included and referenced by Mr. Blocker was what we were designing.
So although you said exceeds, it's fair to say you pretty much did the bare minimum.
Well, it exceeds code. So if these provisions weren't made available, we would be doing less to meet code. This set a higher bar, significantly higher than most of the other projects we're designing in West Orange as well.
So then I would just say, throwing the catchphrase and the buzzword green around should have accreditation to it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Afrin.
Yeah, I just want, my client asked me to clarify a point based on the colloquy we just had. We understand that the ordinance, as it stands now, is what governs the board, of course. We have legal challenges to that ordinance that are for another forum. And we also, as I mentioned last week at the last meeting, we believe a 2004 settlement precludes the developer from doing this anyway. So when I address the zoning ordinance governs, to the extent it's enforced, that's our position. But in other words, our position is that you need to adhere to the zoning ordinance enforced now. Our position is legally, it may be defective and illegal, but that's for another forum. I just want to reserve that position. I don't want to seem like I'm conceding those points by accident.
Nope, no problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Come right up, sir. State your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Yeah, David Freschi, Freschi, Verona. My question is directed to the board and to any council members that are here. While I understand West Orange's need to address its affordable housing obligations, this project is so flawed for so many different reasons. I'm perplexed as to how we even got this far. So how does the council and the board see it in the best interest of anyone other than a developer? It's not even in the best interest.
Can I, sir, can I,
the
I
resident.
don't mean to interrupt, but this is public comment. At this time, it's time.
Right.
Well, what he's saying is public comment. At this time, I'd ask you to ask a question of the architect. I understand what you're saying, and there's a time in the process for that. Absolutely. But at this time, we'd like you to ask questions of the architect based on his testimonies,
I
please.
understand. It just seems like when is that time to ask this?
As soon
particular
as
question?
everybody has testified, all
Tonight.
testimonies and Mr. Afrin may or may not present his experts. At the end of everything, we will ask for public comment, and it will be posted on the township website.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. State your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Redwine, Redwine. I'm from West Orange. I just have a couple of comments for you, the architect. You aware of the applications that your client has made to the Department of Environmental Protection?
And on a peripheral basis.
I'm sorry, could both parties speak up a little bit? The people in the back can't hear.
Sorry, you want me to repeat the question? Okay. Are you aware of your client's applications to the Department of Environmental Protection?
Peripherally.
And have you dealt with designs and plans that you've made before that have had pending applications before the Department of Environmental Protection?
There's a number of projects that had requirements for either submission or approvals of the DEP.
Okay, so once the DEP rules on your client's applications to that body, is it possible that your plans that you've created for your client may need to change?
I could not imagine that, but it's a little outside of my expertise to know what items would be triggered from DP. Am I aware of anything? No.
Have you ever needed to change architectural plans that you've made on behalf of a client as a result of any sort of regulatory proceeding?
Not one that has gone through this, amount of design and interaction with the DP.
Has the DEP made a final ruling on any of your client's applications?
I'm not aware of the final status, right?
Okay, is that once the DEP makes a final ruling, is that something you will need to review?
Pell did not testify as to any environment.
And all he has to do is say he didn't testify to it. That's the answer.
It's not part of my testimony, the DEP work.
Okay, if your architectural plans need to change as a result of any sort of regulatory, any sort of review of our town's ordinance, any sort of regulatory proceeding before the DEP or anything else, are you prepared to come back and testify and spend several days with all the good people in this room again?
Again, I'm going to address that. If any requirements change that legally and lawfully apply to this application and this site, obviously he would have to come back, but it all depends what that would be and the circumstances under which that would arise.
Thanks.
Thank you. Come right up, state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Michaela Bennett, Bennett. Chairman, and I apologize, I walked in a little late. So this is a major or minor application before you?
Major site plan.
Major. So
Yes.
did it have the environmental impact statement, the environmental impact piece accomplished yet?
Part of your testimony, was it?
That was not part of my
I'm
testimony.
asking, my question is of the chairman.
Well,
Or the
the
attorney.
question is actually now for the applicant's expert.
Just point of information, I'm just trying to find, it'll streamline my questions if the environmental impact statement was accomplished or not.
Did you do? You do? Hmm, I don't know. We have to look. It's a good question. We have to look. Why don't you go on with your questions while we look?
All right, it would abbreviate my questions and I'd like to be brief for you all. All right, so Mr. Appel, again, I apologize. I walked in late. I don't want to assume, but you were qualified as an expert in architecture, yes, and design, right? Okay, and so your website is adgarchitects.com?
That is correct.
Okay, and you're a principal of that company?
Yes.
Okay, so on your website, you state that many of your projects have also incorporated green, sustainable design and planning technologies. And it goes on, but that paragraph ends with describing how you work very hard to receive the CGP designation, Certified Green Professional. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so a lot of my questions are going to be about your environmental considerations. And if it wasn't one of your considerations, that's fine if you would just say whether it was or not. Okay, so, but the reason I'm going to ask you questions about the environment is because as I understand, I could be wrong, I'm not an architect, but as I understand, the architect for any design project should be considering, amongst other things, the environmental impact, correct?
Environmental impact, you're talking about certain portions of environmental impact are site related. There are certain pieces that are architecturally related. My expertise and responsibility is on the building design.
I understand, but my question was a little different. My question was, is it your responsibility as an architect to consider the environmental impacts of your design and to consider any harmful or mitigate any harmful impacts there might be?
So my responsibilities are to follow the laws, regulations, ordinances, and all applicable codes that govern the project. So that is, that's what I need to do. And that's a minimum standard, so that's what I would be looking at.
Okay, understood. So when you say all the applicable laws, so regulation like the wetlands, the Protection of Wetlands Act, that would be something that you should consider if there were wetlands on the site.
And that is something that is under the other consultants would be working on and giving us that information.
Are you saying that the architect for the site who's designing the plans should not be familiar with where the wetlands exist and whether or not?
Of course I am, but I don't delineate those wetlands. I am not the
I understand.
expert.
I understand.
The applicant hires experts who do that professionally.
I understand, but knowing where the wetlands are delineated and understanding the law on the wetlands, whether their resource value, et cetera, that would impact your design, right? Where you could design and build a building, correct?
Right. What's there?
Well, the situation is that there are various consultants that all work as a team together.
Right.
That way that you don't have this tremendous overlap of responsibilities. I defer to people who are far more skilled in their experience and education than I am on wetlands.
Understood. So you're a wetlands expert. If they designated that the wetlands on this site was of extraordinary resource value, you would have to take into consideration the setbacks. Is that correct?
I would follow the regulations and metrics that they provide.
Okay, and that includes the setbacks, correct?
Of course.
Okay.
Excuse me one second. I'm sorry to interrupt,
No
but
problem.
CME Associates, our engineering firm, on their July 29th, 2024 letter number 15 describes the wetlands, freshwater boundaries, and the planning board has also engaged Wayne DeFeo and Associates, who is an environmental consultant. So there are and will be environmental information available to the public.
Right. And I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. Bagoff. So I will ask those experts the questions that I have that is pertinent to them. But I do believe that members of the public who are here tonight ask questions about the environment that if the expert could answer them, he should have been permitted to answer them. And I believe that Chairman and the applicant's attorney suggested that they were inappropriate at this time. So I would just suggest, to the extent that people wanted to ask about trees, I saw trees on his renderings. So to the extent that they wanted to ask about trees, at least you should have given some latitude for that. But I don't want to, you have competent counsel, so I'm sure you'll be, but I think that you should let some people ask some questions of this expert, because this expert just said that he has to consider the environment and he has to mitigate any negative impacts in the environment that he can with his design.
No. That's, I just want to make clear
Okay, wait. Everybody, one at a time.
Should I read from the licensure?
No, not yet. Go
Okay.
for it.
All right, thank you, Chairman Bagoff. I just want to make clear that Mr. Appel testified this evening and at the last meeting in his capacity as an architect. He is now fielding questions regarding wetlands delineation, and I believe
I
Mr.
didn't
Appel.
ask about delineation, sir.
Okay, let him finish, please.
I don't want to misstate what I said.
And you have time afterwards. Let him
Thank
finish,
you.
please.
And if I misspoke, my apologies, ma'am. But Mr. Appel testified in his capacity as an architect. He is not an environmental professional. He never made himself out to be one in his testimony. I believe his testimony is that he designs the buildings and places them where other professionals told him to place them. And that was his testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Just in response, Mr. Appel, if you know, are you required by your licensure, by your profession, to consider negative environmental impacts when you render designs? Simple question.
So what I indicated is that.
Could you speak into the microphone, sir?
What I indicated is the information was provided by the team, and my responsibility is to follow applicable laws and regulations that govern the design of this project.
And when I asked you laws like the Protection of Wetlands Act, when I asked you laws about steep slope, when I asked you like laws about ridgeline, or when I asked you laws like the tree ordinance, I thought you agreed that you had to follow all those laws.
He did.
That's what I thought. Okay. So then I'll just continue with the questions. My only point was that there were people in this audience who asked some questions that it sounds like should have been permitted to at least inquire, and if he could answer, he should answer. Okay. So, so in your training and experience, if you were asked to design a plan for a dangerous location or that would be dangerous to an environmental condition.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. You can ask about this location. You can ask about his testimony. We're not going into hypotheticals, okay?
Okay.
I just want to focus because the people in the audience have questions about this location, not a hypothetical, okay?
No problem.
Thank you.
If you've drawn plans within 7 feet of a ridge line or a steep slope?
So the ridge line in here was the ridge line was a part of the ordinance identified a ridge line, and there were dimensions that located the building in accordance with that ridge line. So that was one of the metrics that we were instructed to follow.
Okay. 7 feet from the ridge line, at least in one point, the largest building?
That was represented as the pinch point to the ridge line.
Is that a yes? 7 feet from the ridge line
It's
at
shown,
some
it's
point
shown,
in the
it's
building?
shown as 7 feet to that ridge, the ridge line, which is basically a line on a drawing.
Has this project minimized the impact upon the trees?
My opinion is there was a lot of areas of the site that were preserved. That was an important portion of the design. As far as where all the trees are and how that was done, that was really part of the site engineering and site design.
Has your design minimized the negative impact on the ridge line?
I don't know what the negative impact of the ridge line would be.
All right, so I'll ask a couple questions at the very end that might further elucidate that. All right, and so then protected waterways. Has this plan mitigated the impact of the protected waterways that are present on the site?
This is part of the site design. There was testimony given the other evening.
Has your plan minimized the negative impacts of the protected waterways on the site plan?
We followed the locations that were prescribed on the site plan. So in that respect, yes.
Okay, so this body has previously heard an application not dissimilar to this one. A clear cut of the forest, build on a ridge line that had a catastrophic outcome as a result. Are you familiar with the Ron Jolin project?
Ma'am, let's focus on this application.
I'm just asking if he's familiar. If he's not familiar, I can't ask the next question.
Great.
If he's
Not
familiar with
not
the,
familiar with the details of that.
you don't know what happened?
The
The answer was no. Let's move on, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. So, the board is familiar with that project. So, 555 Northfield, you raised
Ma'am, focus on this application, nothing else.
This architect raised 555 Northfield in the discussion of tandem parking. All I'm going to ask him is about 555 Northfield.
And tandem parking.
Correct.
That's it.
You were the architect on that project.
Yes, I was.
Okay, and the tandem parking was your idea, correct?
I don't know whether it was my idea or the site engineer's idea, but
And it remedied an issue of parking because there was difficulty with parking on that site.
I don't recall that there was difficulty.
Okay, do you know of any other location in West Orange that utilizes tandem parking except for the two locations that you're the design professional?
In West Orange,
Yes.
I'm not familiar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go right ahead.
Jean Stoloff, Stoloff, like French fry at the end.
Thank you.
I'll be brief. Could you go back to the picture that in which you describe the sidewalks in front of the buildings?
The sidewalks in front of the
rendering maybe that you showed initially today.
The other day you talked about the sidewalks near the buildings.
It'll be the other. So is this the
Yeah,
picture that you're?
Sure. So so how wide are those sidewalks in front of the buildings?
I'm not fully sure. I would have to check with the site engineer.
Oh, okay.
It's either 5 or 6 feet.
Okay. And can you describe how the sidewalks from building A, B, C, and D are connected?
This is really a site question, of overall, how the buildings are connected. And the site engineer gave testimony of where all the sidewalks and pedestrian circulation.
Okay, so you're not familiar with,
I was not responsible for this
Okay.
drawing, so I'd be testifying with somebody else's work product.
that's fair. I don't know if he'll be brought up another time, but I just wanted to understand how especially kids get from buildings A, B, C, and D around the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you state your name, sir, and spell your last name for the record, please?
DeBovy, D-U-B-O-V-Y, 10 Burnett Terrace. I wanted to follow up on a question that I wanted to ask earlier, but was told I could not, with reference to the trees. Since you gave testimony speaking to deciding where certain trees would be kept and others would not be, has there been any?
I'm sorry, I don't think he provided testimony about keeping trees and that. I don't.
Well, you said
but I'm
about
gonna-
where he did. He specifically said where location of trees were located on the property relative to the buildings.
I think my testimony was that there were areas that were fenced off and preserved in order to.
Different issue.
Okay,
My question specifically is whether or not any consideration has been given to how much of the town's tree canopy is going to be reduced by 6,000 trees you're removing.
If he didn't testify, the answer is no, he doesn't know. That's.
Are you going to give him the answer?
Well, no, that's what the applicant has the right to answer the question.
Yes.
If there is testimony to that specific answer. If he doesn't know how much of the tree canopy,
Then let him say that.
then he can say it.
Well,
If he does, he can. So the answer is,
Let him answer that, Doctor.
Yeah.
this is a site question.
okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening. I hope my
Good
voice is
evening.
clearer than it was the last time, working on my throat. My name is Barbara White. I do on Howell Drive, directly across from the subject property.
Thank you. May you spell your last name, please?
WHITE.
Thank you.
All right, and I'd appreciate if you could put back up, it was PB-4.4C. My questions are relative to building D.
So that's from the first, relative section.
That's it, and I need the blow up, the corner piece. That's it, okay. So if you go to the top of building D, I'm assuming that is basically across from Howell Drive, is that correct?
Over here.
Yes, up there. Make sure I'm reading it correctly, okay. So a couple of questions with respect to that. First is something I'd like to know relative to the settlement agreement itself. I already know that you're talking about this building being roughly 4 feet higher than the others with the 10-foot ceilings, probably still within your requirements for height. But my question really is around whether or not the settlement agreement addressed in part or at all the proposed rooftop deck, which is both for public access, as you described in the center of the building, as well as private structures that people would reach through their apartments. And that to me appears to be a de facto 5th story. So my question is, was it included? And was that, again, part of what was taken to effect or not relative to your design?
It's in the ordinance permits rooftop amenities, and then I'll let Mr. Appel answer
Yeah,
the question.
And I was going to, my recollection, I don't have the ordinance in front of me, but that it did permit rooftop amenities without it being considered an additional story.
Okay, so with that, if you can, looking where that part on the Howell side faces, that flat face there, what is the height at the highest on that place? Now, there's a place that I will look at from my home, as will many of my neighbors.
Well, I think what you have to look at in here is that when you look at the edge of the building, actually, let me do it.
Is that looking onto Howell,
so-
or is that looking down? That
So,
doesn't appear to
so
be.
this is the section
Mhm.
right here going
Okay.
over toward Howell. So you can see that the building steps down. So the dimension that I gave in prior testimony was measured from the low point in here, not measured to the wedding cake stepping as it goes farther and farther back.
Okay, so if I'm reading this correctly, I'm looking at the little dashes you have. It gives the appearance that if I'm sitting in my home, or my neighbors are sitting in their homes to their backyards, that people living in those buildings would not be able to see our homes. And I'm asking that because there was testimony given by your civil engineer looking with addressing to a balloon test, which I understand were never performed. And if not, so I'm not sure why they weren't performed, which will certainly give us some assurance that if I am in my home or in my backyard, that people would not have purview to the activities there. And
So-
looking at what I see here, nothing tells me other than whatever trees you've decided to draw in, that privacy would be maintained. especially given the size of those trees relative to the size of the property itself.
Well, I think that based on the topography as well as, the, trees in between the house and the building here provide, buffering, to the building itself.
Okay, if you could then just help me for a second. I'm trying to understand this. I'm not an architect. That structure you have to the right, can you tell me approximately what house on Howell Drive that represents?
The corner. Yeah.
Okay.
And this is just an extrapolation, just to be diagrammatic.
Right, and I understand that. So again, looking at the height of the trees relative to the height of the structure, we are given no assurances that whatever existing trees are there, those would clearly be extremely old trees to have that height, that none of those trees will be moved or removed, because to replace them with a standard tree would not give the privacy that we have been enjoying up until now.
So the only thing that I can tell you is the site engineer gave testimony that there was a very large area that had preserved trees. Outside of that area, as long as there's anything that is outside of the property line, obviously won't be touched. And the area that would be cleared would only be to accommodate the building and grading, not clear cutting all of that growth in there. So what we did with the section was to be as representative as possible.
Okay, so with that, I believe that the engineer did testify that the shortest setback on Howell is 106 feet, basically the length of a garden hose. So I'm asking again, with understanding, so I'm not an architect, of with this clear cutting you're referring to, et cetera, what will be the visibility of any portion of that building to those of us who reside on that part of Howell? And I have a further question to that once you answer.
So the reason we did this section was to illustrate to our, the best we could, the representation between the two, and to illustrate that this area, these are new plantings. But once you get away from where you're building, none of this is going to be none of that is going to be impacted.
All right. So is that a matter of fact or
here's-
speculation?
Excuse me?
Is that a matter of fact that it will not be impacted, or is that just your speculation at this point that they will not disturb that?
I'm just going it's not speculation, this is what's on the site drawings.
Okay, I don't know the site drawings. I'm
But
asking
I'm
you.
not, again, is that this is, you're asking me questions that, yes, I prepared this section because it was appropriate because of the architecture, but I'm following the site drawings and illustrating as representative as possible what is on the site.
And I feel I have the right to ask those questions because you have submitted this along with your testimony.
Absolutely.
So in that same regard, since you know the proximity of that building D in particular to the larger neighborhoods, when you were given instruction to look at that whole property around the placement of buildings, were there any things that you were told relative to the potential impact of having buildings as close to that on the real estate values of the existing properties?
There was no discussion that I had personally with regard to real estate values, but one of the things that was done is that this building originally was full height and squared off. We worked hard to try and soften all the edges, which we thought was going to be appropriate and respectful to the adjoining residents.
Okay.
All those things are not, take time and money and additional construction costs to do, but we thought it was appropriate.
Okay, then perhaps you can't answer the question, but I would hope at some point the planning board could. And that is whether or not any consideration was given to any sort of study that might indicate what the potential impact on real estate values would be of having the structure, not even the final structure, but perhaps even multiple years of construction literally across the street from us. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I 1 second, Chairman?
Mr. Blocker.
Yeah, just with respect to the last comment about real estate values, just for the record, we are zoned, we are permitted use, and I appreciate the member of the public's comments. But it is a permitted use. If this was the zoning board of adjustment and we were seeking a use variance, certainly that type of testimony and expert testimony would be relevant, but it really is not something that this board should consider.
Thank you, Mr. Blocker. Go right ahead. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Rachel Klein, Klein, Howell Drive. That picture that was just up. I'm sorry, forgot your Mr. Appel.
Yes.
Was that your picture? That
Ma'am, could
design?
you speak into the mic.
Sorry, the last picture
Thank
that
you.
was just up, that Miss White
The
was
section,
talking about.
yes,
Was that from your design firm?
yes.
What's that a picture of? Like what, how, if that's Miss Paul's house, that picture defies reality. So we're sitting there, we all live there, we know the area. We're just trying to understand what we're looking at. So her house has a huge cul-de-sac. And the grading is actually a lot flatter in that area. So we just don't understand what you're showing us.
It's very possible that it may be the house right next to it, but I don't know.
I'm sorry, if we're trying to understand the picture and the design. If that's, no, there's no house next to it at all. There's empty lots. There's a huge cul-de-sac between Miss Paul's house and the first tree.
Okay.
And the grading in that specific area is not nearly that steep. So yeah, we're just a little confused. If that's supposed to be the top of Howell Drive.
But are you talking about on a cul-de-sac?
Yeah, is that the house on the cul-de-sac?
No.
So
no.
whose house
That's
is that supposed to be?
Actually, look at the site, if we can zoom back. So the cul-de-sac
So
is
that's,
here.
so that's
the
Mr.
house
Weiss,
is
so that's
over
Mr.
here.
Weisletter's house.
I apologize. I don't know the residents of each of
Is
them.
that your? It's Mayfair and Nastro? And that's the grading? No, that's.
Viewpoint is not where that viewpoint is.
No, that,
The viewpoint.
Is that my house?
from A northern facing.
so is that my house?
Number 15, looks like number 15.
Is it meant to represent a specific house?
I don't know the exact
Oh, it's
address.
my neighbor's house. Okay. Yeah. So if you actually, okay, so the grading's even, it's worse. It's actually exceptionally steep in that area. Much steeper than your design shows, but at least now we have an idea of what we're looking at. Thank you.
Hello.
Good evening once again, everyone.
Hi.
Claire Benio, BENYO. Earlier, there was a series of questions about the decisions that and thought process that went into the building placement. And I understand that you can't speak to that specifically, but during that period of time, you mentioned that there were various issues that led to the decisions about where those buildings were placed. I would ask if you could expand on what those various issues were.
Yeah, I would instruct them, the site plan that's here is the site plan, and that's what this board needs to evaluate. And Mr. Appel is happy to ask any questions about the designs on that site plan.
And so the site engineer would be the one to answer those questions?
What are the questions?
Who is the site engineer?
He testified. already.
Mr. Anderson, the first gentleman who we asked these questions of, and he said, oh, that was the architect that was going to answer those questions. And so we all showed up to ask these questions of the architect. And now the architect is telling us, oh, we must ask these questions of the site engineers.
What's the try question?
Oh, shall I pull up all the questions I asked the last two sessions?
Try
That I was told to put,
a
who's
question.
installing the fence? Whose responsibility is it to install the fence?
Okay.
The deer fence.
Who's gonna go?
Whose responsibility is it to install the deer
We
fence?
haven't gotten there yet. Does the environmental people?
I was informed that it was the site engineer who was going to,
To install it, that's a construction issue.
Constructionist, okay.
who's in charge of installing the fence?
It's a little premature. Right now, we're here seeking site plan approval from the board.
With all
Obviously,
due respect, who is in charge of installing the fence?
There's going to be a plan. And listen, you want to have the answer. There's somebody who's constructing the place,
Mhm.
right? He just said it. The person who's constructing is installing it.
And who would that be?
Whoever they hire, ask him who they're gonna hire.
Who are you hiring to install the fence?
That is premature. It's an ownership issue. They're not going to go down that path and have full building plans engineered without an approval. This is the first step in the process.
Will Mr. Anderson be coming back up for public hearing for repeat questions that have already been asked? That have been pushed to subsequent meetings that we're all anxiously attending every couple weeks because our questions were told that it's not their expertise, it's not their purview, it's someone else's responsibility. So will he come back up so that he can answer the questions that were previously asked?
It's up to the applicant. The applicant can hear your questions and they may choose to or not provide Mr. Anderson to come back.
So when will all of the questions be answered? Because I was informed that this gentleman was the one who was going to answer my questions about the fence material, the installation, the concerns of the wildlife when the fence was being instructed.
Okay, so that's gonna be,
That's not
that's gonna be the environmentalist. Our environmentalist, Mr. DeFeo, can talk to specifically to those answers.
And when will Mr. DeFeo be here?
I'm sorry, after the applicant has finished their portion of the application and the objectors have finished theirs, our Mr. DeFeo will be on the list and it'll be published on the website.
When will Mr. DeFeo be available for public comment? And
We
questions?
don't know till the applicant is finished with their portion. Okay, so I wish I could tell you, but there's a process. He will be up there. So I don't know yet.
You have, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have already hired the environmental specialist?
Yes, we have it though.
And when will we have an opportunity? If he's here, well, it's tonight an
He
opportunity?
hasn't testified. The applicant is putting on their portion of the
And
application.
will the environmental specialist be able to answer my questions about the building materials that are being used by the fence and the installation of the deer fence?
Not tonight, because our expert is
When
not testifying.
the environmental specialist is available, will they be able to answer my questions about the building materials of the fence and the installation of the fence?
If it's within his scope of expertise, he will.
Whose scope is it responsibility to answer those questions?
Which question, ma'am?
The installation and materials of the deer fence.
The installation is probably done by a contractor. The materials could be talked about by Mr. DeFeo. Two
When
different,
we have an opportunity to speak.
okay, I'm gonna try this again. The applicant has to finish their portion of the application. I don't know when. The applicant has more people to bring before the board and the public. So as the application progresses, we'll have a better idea.
I think that there is a general feeling that the public keeps coming here and asking questions and they keep being told, that's not my area of expertise. I'm not authorized to answer that question. And then we have the lovely lawyer who chimes in and gives his written statement for his responsibility. and I
That's why
respect
the
that.
planning board has
However,
hired,
they're
and
coming here with questions and
that,
I keep being told that's not the person's responsibility to answer.
and that's why the planning board hired an expert in environmental science.
And the planning board, the cost of that environmental specialist, that's being burdened by the West Orange taxpayers?
No,
Who is paying for that?
the applicant through the escrow fund.
Previously, I asked that question specifically, and the applicant specifically said that they were not hiring any environmental specialist.
We didn't, they didn't, we did. Ma'am, you have to follow the rules. The board has an escrow fund supplied by the applicant. The township has not done that. We, at our last meeting, had a motion and we engaged Mr. DeFeo. Okay, there's a process. We're following the process.
And who's paying Mr. DeFeo to confirm?
I want to try this again. I want you to listen closely. This is paid for by the applicant through the escrow fund. The planning board, at its pleasure, can hire experts when we feel there's more information that the board and the public needs to hear. And Mr. DeFeo is a well-known expert.
And the last time, I apologize, I forgot the lawyer's name. He specifically said that they were not, he confirmed that they were not hiring
Okay,
any.
can I just try this one more time? The planning board, us, on behalf of the township, have hired an environmental expert.
The township has hired an
Ma'am,
environmental.
I need you to listen to me real closely. The planning board, it works for the township, but has a fund that is not from the taxpayer pool. Okay,
So the applicant is paying for the environmental special.
indirectly, yes.
And Mr. Hess and Mr. Hazel.
I'm sorry?
Ask, is there a conflict of interest between the township hiring a specialist and the applicant?
I'm going to turn that over to our attorney.
Thank you.
Okay, so in any planning board application with a site plan, we always have a planner and our engineer. They're hired by the town. Before an application begins, they're required, the applicant, to put money into a fund, the escrow fund. They don't get to pick our experts. In this case, we asked for even more money because we knew we wanted to hire an engineer, an environmental expert. They didn't hire Mr. DeFeo. This board selected him. They get to pay for him, but they don't get to choose who he is. The board did, just like the board selected their planner and their engineer, just like they testify at every one of our applications, but only in this case, because of the environmental concerns, a separate expert was hired.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarification. And just one final question, a clarification to confirm that Mr. DeFeo will be available for public comment and questioning at some point during this process.
Yes, and he will make a presentation based on this application.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Council President Rutherford.
So, there's some back and forth on this side of the table, at least with regard to some of the questions that are being posed. I do think it's important for us and for the applicant and their professionals to understand that the folks that are asking these questions are not professionals. They have a personal interest in this project. They matter. They are important to me. I expect they are important to this entire body, and they deserve to be treated with respect. So I think we all need to take a deep breath and afford them the grace that they are due, since they have now come out at least 3 times, and they just want answers to their questions. They may not ask them artfully, they may not be worded well at all, but they also are not professionals, and we have to give them that grace. Mr. Chair, I would ask that you would help police that, because I think we're giving an impression, we may be giving an impression that we're not intending to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. I think the chair and the board has, by extending hours and hours of time to hear every person's questions and make sure that the board, and ladies and gentlemen, the goal of this is a fewfold, but the biggest goal is that the board hear your comments, your questions, and the answers by the applicant, so we can make a decision based on the facts. So that's why I'm trying to keep everything on the narrow, right in the middle. We don't go too far left or too far right, because other people in the room have questions. And we don't want people going too far off with the experts, because if it's not in their purview, we should get to the people who it is in their purview. So to that end, I want to thank you again, as Council President said, for your help, questions, and go right ahead, young lady.
Joyce Rudin. You might not recognize me because I'm a bit younger than I was a few minutes ago.
And I just had my eyes checked, so it looks good from here.
I would just appreciate if you could put up that cross-section of the hill with the trees and the building and the house. Whose house it is, we don't know, but it's in the woods. Okay, so we're not sure whose house that is.
The house is.
It's in the woods, though,
That-
right there, right before the woods.
So you're talking about the house that's sitting right here at that corner.
Yes, so I was just wondering, will construction equipment be going up that hill so that the buildings can be built?
You're talking about which hill? You're talking about this hill here?
Well, if you could show me the other hill where the cross section is.
I'm just trying to understand, Joy, I'm trying to, if I can answer the question, I'll answer the question, but I'm not sure what you're asking. You're talking about this hill?
If that's the same hill that's in the cross section that you showed in the other image, if that's the same place, then yes, will construction equipment be going up that hill in order to build this building?
I can't fathom why it would be going up and down this hill. It would be on the top of the hill over here.
And how is how is that those large instruments, machines getting there? Are they going in a different way in a road that currently exists?
So there's roadways up, but as far as the sequencing of construction, I'm really, I'm an architect. I'm not involved in this. I'm trying to do my best to answer your question. I can't fathom why vehicles would be going up and down in here, but there would be construction access to bring materials and vehicles and construction equipment in to build, and and afterwards it's made clean and paved and the project finished.
So no, and to the best of your knowledge, construction equipment will not be going up that cross-section hill that you're looking at over there. Right there, where there are trees, the tree barrier.
It is not the applicant's property.
Okay, so if you could go back to that other picture.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
This one?
Are those the drawings, are they the type of trees that are there right now?
These were just diagrammatic, just to be just representative.
Can we assume that most of these trees are deciduous?
I would think most of these trees are deciduous, correct? I
So,
think so.
because I see that there are two conifers over there by the building. So the deciduous trees, obviously the leaves fall, correct?
Yes.
So there was a member of the community that asked a question about whether or not there would be a buffer. But when those leaves fall, the community that's living in the older community will see the lights from the new buildings, correct? Because the trees will be bare.
Well,
And they can, and vice versa.
the lights face downward, not outward.
But the lights from the apartment don't face downward, they face out. Is that correct?
Which lights are you talking
The
about?
lights from the apartments of the people who will be living in those buildings.
I was indicating that the balcony lighting is not, they're not wall mounted lanterns that face outward, but they're down lights that face down.
I understand,
Purposely to avoid-
but the apartment they all have windows and they have lights, and we're not just talking about the balcony. The apartments will have lights that'll be on that will bleed onto the community that currently lives there.
Assuming
Is that
assuming
correct?
that they don't draw shades in the same way that if there's lights in this house over here, they would be shining back at the apartment and vice versa.
Okay, so there'll be light that they're not exposed to at this point because the woods protect them and the buildings are not there. So there will be more light shedding on the community that lives there right now.
I couldn't opine upon the differences. But
Okay.
you're talking about in excess of about 230 feet. So, and there's still limbs and other, when the trees drop their leaves, there's still some substance to the trees as well.
Right, but that's pretty bare bones, I would say. Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, before Ms. Paul asks her.
Mr. Afrin,
I'm
go.
sorry. Before Ms. Paul asks her question, I just wanted to note for the good order of the meeting that I've yet to do cross-examination. I'm not complaining. I just didn't want anyone to be shocked if in 20 minutes I say, by the way, at the next meeting, we still need to do that. I don't think anyone's inclined to hear me do it at this hour. I'm inclined not to, but I did want to note we still need to do that at some point. So I didn't want the board not to be aware of that.
it won't be exceptionally long, but it'll be longer than our time tonight. And I would assume people are tired at this point.
One moment.
So we're thinking.
The 11th. Council President, 9/11, okay? For the next meeting. You're not having any-
I think so. So Wednesday night. I don't have anything on 9/11.
Yeah, okay. You can.
Not.
I'm sorry? Pedestrian safety, look, just move it again, that's okay.
Is this okay with the plan? Okay, okay.
I think so, wait, yes.
Mr. Plucker?
Good for September.
You good?
All right. Okay.
Okay. Are you good for September 11th, Mr. Sanford? September 11th, are you good for September 11th? 9/11.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so you'll go on September 11th? Yes, good, okay. Okay, good. We'll finish the citizens tonight. And you'll do September 11th.
You have to make a motion and do. that
Yes.
talking at the end.
Yes, yeah.
One other thing while I'm standing here, it'll be easier. We had anticipated, and maybe, Mr. Chairman, you see it differently, that Mr. DeFeo would make a presentation before we put on our case. And the reason is that our choice of environmental experts or the need for them probably depends on what Mr. DeFeo
That's okay.
presents. So I would think we could do that way. That would be easier.
We'll work together to make sure that everything works out.
Great.
Okay? Thank you. Good with that. Okay.
Gilda Paul, Paul. And before I start, I just want to thank the birthday boy. Is that Mr. Rutherford? Are you Mr. Rutherford?
Yes, thank
Your
you.
comments, I really appreciate them.
Oh, thank you.
So could you do you mind putting your drawing back up, the one that you just had?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm about as far from an architect as you can get, and I'm not used to looking at architectural renderings, so
That's
I
all
hope
right.
you'll bear with me. So I thought that little shed at the bottom was my house, but it's not, apparently. So if we go to that drawing, can we blow up the thing at the top?
Okay.
So so if you go, what, is that an access road, the little brown line over there?
This one here,
Yeah, what is that?
I believe that's an emergency, it's emergency access.
Okay, so my house is right across from that,
Oh, up over here.
right, well, not up over there, right there, a little closer to the cul-de-sac. No, not there, right across the cul-de-sac, right there from the woods. How many trees are there blocking my house?
I don't have an answer from in between the houses. I know that these lots are all vacant if I recall.
There are no houses on that side of the street. But I'm right across from the cul-de-sac. Is there any trees or anything blocking my view?
I don't know without, you know, that's a really a site question, and I don't know where the trees are.
Okay, okay. And the site engineer will be back and I guess I'll be able to ask them. And is my house the one that has the 100 feet from the 100 feet from the building?
So when you said 100 feet from the buildings, and somebody, I've tried to correct this a couple of times. I think this was something someone else gave testimony to about distance probably to a property line.
Okay, same thing, my property line. Is my property line the one that's 100 feet from the building?
I think you're considerably more than that. I'm just not sure where that.
Because I'm assuming I'm the closest house. So if I'm not 100 feet, which house would be?
I'm not sure what was 100 feet. I apologize, but.
No, it
not-
may not have been you. It
it's
may
not
have been
my-
someone else who
it's not my-
testified the other night about it being the
But if
closest one being
if your
100
house
feet.
is over here, this is, you know. this
Yeah, I'm
is-
not that
wait,
far. I'm on the
wait.
cul-de-sac, but
So
that's all right.
you're on the cul-de-sac, I guess, at the end over here,
No, right across.
here?
No, it's right across that access line. You see, there's the cul-de-sac. On the other side of the cul-de-sac, right there is my house.
That's
Yeah.
where I was pointing. Over
Yeah,
here.
okay.
Okay, so you know, that I think to where your house is and your property line, I've got to think it's probably closer to, you know, maybe 300 feet or something like that, maybe even more than that. But I don't know without pulling up a site plan
Okay.
and looking at that.
All right, and the site engineer will come and he will be able to tell me how many trees and what will be blocking my view. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
When the site engineer is back, he will be able to tell me how many trees will be between my house and that building? Is that correct?
I can't tell you what the site engineer will testify to or not, but.
Okay, that's
he-
fair.
He is more in tune with trees and clearing and any of the site work that
All
I
right,
did.
thank you. I have one more question. It seems to me you talked about there being a dog boarding, a kennel and a grooming facility on the property.
I don't know specifically all the operations, you know, that would be
Is
there,
this a
but
commercial property? Is this zoned for commercial use?
I believe that the building was and this use was always contemplated, so it's.
So I guess it must be. Does the planning board know whether it's zoned for commercial use?
No, it's definitely zoned for the kennel, because that's part of in the ordinance. I don't know
Whether people outside of the complex, and if at some point.
Even if it's someone in the complex, I'm assuming they'll pay for the service, no?
Oh, yes, but it's part of the ordinance that's allowed. Under the ordinance, they have, trying to find it. The ordinance that was designed for this complex
I got it.
includes the fact
So,
that.
so if it's open to people outside the complex, is that a different ordinance or is that a different rule? Or
complex shouldn't be, it's managed by the complex.
I'm asking
It says,
questions.
I'm just gonna read the ordinance, and I'm not the one to make an interpretation of it. I'm
So
just reading it.
who would know the answer to this, though?
I guess we'll get more specifics if we need to, but it says in the ordinance, pet-friendly amenities as part of the amenity package. In addition to dog parks and/or playgrounds above, a development shall be permitted to include an on-site pet service that shall be permitted to offer walking services, pet sitting services, a pet spa or grooming service, overnight boarding, or related services, which shall be permitted to operate indoors as part of a building and/or as a standalone building. So that's what the ordinance provides.
Wait, so they're having a dog park indoors?
No, I think in addition to an
Oh,
outdoor
okay,
dog
sorry.
park.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
So
I'm sorry.
that's what the ordinance provides. If they go past what the ordinance provides, a decision on zoning will be made by the zoning officer. That's not, we're not here to interpret it. They're just building the building.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to
build
understand. I'm
this
sorry.
building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seth Weisletter, SETHWEISLEDER. My question is on all the buildings, actually. If we can pull up the slide of all the buildings, if you can just depict for us how many feet each side or flat side of the building, I think there were 6 of them, is from different homes. So let's just start with building A. How close is that to the which one's building A? I'm more familiar with D because we've been focused on D all night. But if we look at building A, if you look at just the flat sides of it, like building D, you have that red line. If we could just look at the other buildings and say, okay, the left of building A, right. So how far is that side from the nearest home?
So what I had done was I think we had taken a line from here over to from this corner here over to I think the corner of the building that's next to that's just off the line. So that in here, I think, and these are scaled off site plans, so that, you know, this is an approximation, was 648 feet.
Okay. Can we go to the next building and just do the same thing, please? Thank you.
And we took from this corner coming back over to this house over here that I'm pointing to, which is, I guess, at the and I apologize, I don't have the lots of blocks or addresses.
That's okay.
But I was estimating that to be around 509 feet.
Okay.
From this corner of the building, building C, going back to the same house over here at that corner, about 480 feet, 482 feet. From this corner, from that same corner up, going to the house, the closest house across from Hal, so it's not these lots, but across from Hal, was 545 feet.
Okay, and then
And all these are, you know, clearly, you know, everything is within all of the setback lines that were included in the ordinance.
sure. And then building building D is how far the nearest home?
You said building D?
Yeah.
So the closest was where we drew this section, and that dimension I have as around, so on the site plan from the lower point of the building here, the building steps up in 2 tiers. So the lower point was approximately 200 and I'm showing 264 feet. And just want to make sure that's consistent.
That's good. It's fine. It will-
And I'm showing on the other 230 feet, but that may have been to the upper tier.
So would you agree with the testimony of your engineer that that was a nice buffer all around to all the homes from an architectural point of view?
I think that the idea to kind of cluster the structures toward the center of the property was quite successful, in my opinion.
Okay. The picture, did you do the red lines for all the homes or just that one home on Howell?
We did one section here and we did another section going down.
And can I ask what year that this was created? This actual image was created? Was it 4 years ago, 3 years ago, a year ago?
Between a year, maybe a year or year and a half ago.
Given you said that this is a I can't even say the word diagrammatic trees and showing, I mean, it looks beautiful, looks nice. But we heard that the forest is not good from previous testimony. Is there other technologies to better depict to the public the sight lines and what it would look like using architectural technologies besides this drawing? I'm not familiar with all the systems out there, but I believe there are other technologies that could be used to depict this more clearly and better of what the homes on Howe would see or another home from the Highlands would see.
So our first mission was to make sure that we were locating and designing in accordance with the metrics in the ordinance. Our second issue is we thought having these sectional drawings, and we did 2 of these, help show the representative scale of things. And while they're still diagrammatic, I think it shows how far these distances, are in the representative scale of a house to a building. And I think that is, and the grading as well. And I think that's very important.
I agree and I disagree because I think there's a reality to things. Have you been to the site to see this and see what this drawing looks like compared to what you did and stand at that gentleman's house, which is not mine, by the way, for the record? But I'm just wondering, because I think there's better technologies to depict a reality of what it is. And yes, this gives us a sense, but not a realistic sense. Would you agree with that?
Looking at a diagram like this, for me, it tells a picture and it tells a story. So I was confident as the exhibit in here that it's telling a story.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Please step up to the mic, state your name and spell your last name, please, for the record.
Susan Small, 22 Fowler Drive, West Orange, New Jersey. I don't know whether this is the comment time. You told me that there would be comment times. It seems it's the question time. I have a question. The 4 men in suits sitting here, are they part of the organization that you're representing?
Other consultants on the team.
Consultants. What expertise is there each of them as consultants?
Ma'am, again, I would like to focus. Ma'am, I'm gonna, ma'am,
Does not supersede.
function? Right, yeah, you're looking for that word. Okay, good. So,
Substance.
ma'am, there's a lot of substance here. You're just not ma'am. There are, ma'am.
I don't know what your question is.
Is there a
Okay, listen,
environmental person who did some of the evaluation on the plans of the environment?
Ms. Small, can you listen to me for a second? I'm gonna ask you a question. I need you to focus. You're absolutely right, but I have to answer yours and I'm trying. The planning board, as stated earlier this evening, has hired an environmental expert. The environmental expert will testify, has been at each of the meetings, has a lot of information, has walked the site, has understood what's going on the site, and will present to us. I appreciate that.
I understand.
Never wasting my breath.
To know whether the people who are volunteering on this board are not exasperated with the hours that they spend. Oh,
Not at all. It's part of the process. We are here for the process.
And they're giving it out of love, their time.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
But
And there
ma'am,
are others
Ms.
here who are
Small,
getting paid for
Ms.
their
Small.
time. Am I right or wrong? You
Ms.
can answer
Ms.
me.
Small, the only thing I got paid was a Starbucks and I bought that myself.
Comment time.
Comment time.
later that
Yes.
there's gonna be
Yes,
comment time.
Ms. Small, the process is the applicant will be able to present all of their people. You can ask questions of their experts when the application is completed by the applicant. All the information is heard. Before the board deliberates, we will then hear comments from the public and you can speak to the application.
Okay, let me interrupt you for a moment. My time and the time of all these people who pay for the running of this town is just as valuable as anybody who is getting paid for their time. We're not getting paid. And if you don't get paid, if you have no price in our system, you have no worth.
You have a lot of words.
What you give for nothing is worthless, it's priceless, and if it's priceless, it's not paid.
Ma'am?
So I want to know whether you will give me a discount off my taxes, or the tax office will, for the time,
Ms. Small,
valuable time, because my time is running out.
Ms. Small,
I'm getting old, and
Ms. Small.
time is everything.
Ms. Small,
Time is money.
Ms. Small, you're taking the time of the people who are sitting next to you who also want to hear the information.
Is there anybody here who feels like they don't want to hear, that they want something I'm asking for now?
Ma'am?
Why don't you ask them?
Okay. There's a gentleman behind you who's got a couple of questions. Thank you. Have a one.
These four gentlemen, my feeling as I'm sitting here, seem to be
Ma'am?
impatient.
They're not, ma'am,
Want
ma'am.
to say something and
Thank
they're
you
not
very,
finished.
thank you very much. I appreciate that. The gentleman, yes, you do. The gentleman,
I'm exposing myself.
Ms. Small,
Should be
Ms.
asking
Small,
that question.
thank you.
Like this.
Thank you.
You're helping them more than you're helping the people who you're serving for free as a volunteer. I'm questioning that. Meanwhile, you said that I could come and submit.
Ms. Small, this gentleman behind you,
By the end of tonight.
Ms. Small, the gentleman behind you has got questions. Why don't you let him speak, please?
Also, Patrick Laterza, Laterza. Can Miss Small? No, no.
Put it down,
Okay.
sir.
I'm sorry. I'll hold on. I'll give it back. Not right now. Not right.
Put it down. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot my question. I have two quick questions and hopefully I'm the last. First, going back to, not to belabor the all important and very important point of affordable housing. By my count, there's 97 units. Is that correct or am I incorrect on that?
I mean, you're talking about.
On the plan of the affordable units, yes, correct.
100 units.
There are 100, okay, because the map keeps on glitching on me. The second question has to do with access for construction. The location attached to Howell Drive that's supposed to be used for emergency access. It shows on the picture, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Not necessarily going up the slope, but the actual emergency access. Is that location going to be used for construction vehicles or any construction?
I don't believe so, but I'm going to say the construction team would be the one to opine on that, but I'm not aware.
So we have a construction team that will also be testifying at some point?
We really would be the developer, the site engineer.
I thought that might be the case, but okay. That's of, I think, paramount importance to the people who live in the town that is not represented here of Verona that also shares Howell Drive. So we would like to know, if construction vehicles are going to be driving down our roads that we did not approve that happening.
I'm not aware that would be the location would be coming up from the main roadway.
I think someone should be able to give clarification on that at some point. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to ask that the last two people standing are going to be, the last two people standing will be the last two people asking questions this evening. And then I think the applicant is going to ask for a special, another special in September. Ma'am, go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Bagoff. Do I need to do my name again or?
No, just, yeah.
Michaela Bennett,
say-
Bennett.
Thank
Just
you.
one really fast question. So I'm reading from the township code, and it says that the environmental impact analysis, hold on, I know that you, just bear with me. Got to scroll down to applicability. So this is 25-13.1. And then I'm going to scroll down to applicability, which is dot 3. 25-13.3 applicability, and it says at B, all preliminary and final major subdivision applications and preliminary and final site plan applications consisting of 5 acres or more shall be accompanied by an environmental impact statement. So
Bless you.
is that no longer required?
Mr. Plucker.
Need to find out the laptop and found out it not reported this evening, but if you can indulge me.
Sure.
So I'm asking the chair, is that not required?
The,
I understand that he's looking something up, but I'm trying to understand how this board is convened and costing the taxpayers money. And you, I saw a head shaking in the negative. Mr. Fagan cost it. Mr. Fagan cost the taxpayers money. And others who are here, the police officers cost the taxpayers money. And the building being on costs the taxpayers money. I understand you all are donating your time. But why are you hearing an application that does not have what is required in order for this to get in front of the board? I'm not asking the applicant's
Okay,
counsel.
the ordinance, which has been passed for this site, specifically states development of tracks shall be exempt from all bulk design and environmental regulations of the West Orange Land Use Regulations ordinances unless otherwise
Mr.
indicated
Governor, I'm
herein.
sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
The ordinance that applies to this property
Yes.
specifically exempts them from that legislation, from that ordinance that you just read.
So this applicant does not need to do an environmental impact analysis? They're on a steep slope, they're on a ridge line.
Those are all
They're on an
specifications that
extraordinary resource valued wetland. And you're saying that, and all these trees
I'm
are
not
gonna take
saying
down.
it, the ordinance is saying it.
You're saying that the ordinance exempts this applicant from what's required of every other applicant in this town? That's what you're saying.
I'm saying this is what the ordinance says.
And so any other applicant before the planning board would have to adhere to providing you with an environmental impact analysis before they can be before this body. But this applicant doesn't need that because you're saying, can you cite the authority, please?
The ordinance,
Yes,
again,
please.
you want me to read?
Yes, please. Just cite, just the citation, please.
It is. Twenty-five 19 IH1.
Thank you.
Go right ahead, sir.
That's not the specific section. I think that's.
No, it's
It's
the
a general-
general order.
general-
I can provide it. It's 25-19 subsection C5.
You're up, sir.
Sure. Just a quick question. Jonathan Charette, Sharret. There's been a lot of kind of confusion here with the public as to kind of who is testifying, what is the purview that they can testify to. Just a question to take under advisement, if it would be possible to inform the public as to who else is going to be testifying on behalf of the applicant, what their purview will be. I think it would maybe make these proceedings more flow better perhaps, so that people can understand who else is yet to testify and whether certain people will be back to testify and whether they can answer, at least broadly speaking, certain types of questions that have been asked tonight where the answer was, that's not my purview, or that will be, somebody else's responsibility.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Plucker, I think you're going to ask for a special meeting.
Yes, I.
Do you want to give us your list of your lineup, if you want to?
Yeah, I don't know what order we're gonna be going. So that's something we need to evaluate. But we do have a traffic professional who did submit a report. It's likely he'll go next, but it's something we need to
Okay, so you
determine.
have a traffic expert and then anybody else?
And we have a professional planner.
And a professional planner, all right?
And,
And
yeah, and possibly depending on what gets raised and what issues come up, we obviously reserve our right to call anybody else we deem necessary.
okay, so that's for now. And
I'm just noting, I'm going to have a few additional questions for Mr. Anderson. Won't be extensive, but at some point when it's convenient, we can recall.
Did you mean Mr. Appel?
No, I haven't started with Mr. Appel. I
You're
have
talking
additional
of
questions
the
for Mr.
engineer.
Anderson at some point.
I don't think they're anticipating bringing him back.
I'm bringing him back. I have
Oh,
some
you're
additional
gonna
questions that have been brought
recall
up in my mind that I may wish to address.
We're not doing that tonight, though.
No. Certainly, I just want to note that I know Mr. Plucker has his list of witnesses, but I want to let him know and board that I may have some additional questions for Mr. Anderson. A lot has come out through the public questions that I may need to direct to him.
So the May is, how do we know May? Do you want him back? You said May. So how does the applicant know
Well,
that
he's
you?
going to be here anyway, so
I'm sorry?
that's not the point. He's coming back, right? He's going to be here.
I don't know who's coming here. We need to discuss our dates.
No, I
We
don't
need
mean
to
that, but I
discuss- We're
assume,
definitely moving forward on a date.
right.
I don't know if all of our team is gonna be here. Some of it's something we need to evaluate and discuss.
Okay, so Mr. Plucker and I can talk, and if we can try to work out if I need Mr. Anderson back, we'll find out when he's going to be here.
So right now, we're looking at 9/11, Wednesday, 6:30 for special meeting. Is this good for you guys?
It's good for us.
Everybody happy?
That's
with it?
acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Don't go away yet. We're not done. Getting closer. And I would like to thank the public. You brought up some very good questions. We're going to do better with the applicant. But the planning board can't present our side of things or environmental stuff till the applicant finishes their portion of the application. Our environmentalist will be listening and has been listening to the questions that the audience has brought up. And he will be able to, within reason, answer these questions. So that's why we're planning it this way. The objector can ask the applicant to bring back people who have testified. So again, it depends on what the objector is trying to do, what the applicant is agreeing to do. And at the end of the day, all this information is for the board to evaluate with our experts how this application fits into what the township has agreed to through ordinance and zone. To that end, there will be no additional notice required for this application. We will carry PB 24-01 West Essex Highlands Incorporated, Block 179, Lot 32, Zone IH1 to September 11th at 6:30 PM live in council chambers. And the next regular planning board meeting will be Wednesday, September 4th, 2024 at 7:30 PM via Zoom. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Council President motions, Vice Chairman second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes are above the nose. I want to thank the people on Zoom and the public for joining us.